G'day everybody, I hope you're all having a great day. I wasn't planning on streaming today, but hey, Hero of Law came out, which is a ROM hack for the N64. I should probably have the webpage for it. Bam, Hero of Law! And it's a crossover between Legend of Zelda and Defense Attorney Ace. Or Ace Attorney. I actually don't know what his name is. Phoenix Wright, that's it, Phoenix Wright. I got it eventually, it came to my head. So we've been playing this. It's a bit more of a complicated process than the usual ROM hacks I play, which I can show right here because I went, oh, I'll just see if I can patch it myself. Let me see what's in the, oh god. And the reason why it's this complicated is because it requires a lot of physical hardware. That should be on screen. So, in order to play the game on real hardware, have I done the Phoenix Wright series? I have not. I've never played a single Phoenix Wright game. I want to, but just never really get around to it. So, to play this on real hardware, you need the expansion pack, a transfer pack. You don't need a rumble pack. You don't need voice recognition module, but, you know, you can say objection! The game will hear it. And the N64 mouse. Again, not required, but, you know. The N64 mouse, man, it's coming back. So they were going hard. And another problem is I can't use my usual easy parallel launcher because it doesn't have the transfer pack and the mouse and the VRU support. We don't really need the VRU support, but that's fine. We're going to be using Project 64 EM. You can use Ares. I've tried Ares many times before. Never works out great. Simple 64, tried that a few times. Never really worked out super great. And then Rosaline's Moopin GUI. Rosalia's? Doesn't matter. Not using that one either. I've tried this one before. I've tried Simple 64 before. It doesn't really work. But this one, Project 64 EM, seems like it could be a good one. It's a fork of Project 64 made by other people. So you need to go to this one. I've put it in the description. I haven't tagged it on Twitch or anything. Man, I sure hope Skull Kid doesn't get distracted later on. I'm sure it'll be fine, right? Just bouncing up and down. Anyway, so we got version 1.3 of this one. And in order to patch the file, you want to have a large amount. I'll be going for it in a second. A large amount of files are supported. So this is great for everyone that, you know, like, my ROM doesn't work for this ROM hack. They've done it for literally every single ROM possible. And they've done it in a pretty good way. They just click on patch my ROM, you find your ROM, whatever ROM it is, and they'll patch it for you. There are some exceptions, but for the most part, it will just work. So it's pretty good idea, you know? If you want to do like Wii U Virtual Console, you have to do some editing with Hex Editor. There was something else here with like the collector's edition on GameCube. You have to replace the Majora's Mask game because otherwise it won't use the expansion pack to like power it or something. I don't know, man. But for the most part, just like any of the ROMs, the core ROMs that you would usually use, GameCube, Master Quest, and all those things, just work. Will just work by going to the thing, hitting patch ROM, finding a ROM, and they'll create a ROM for your device that uses that stuff. Pretty simple. What isn't simple is actually the emulator itself. So inside Project 64 EM, we need to go to our configuration and make sure that we are using the NRage input plugin instead of the Project 64 default one. So when you have that one equipped, you then go to your input settings. And this allows us to have controller packs, rumble pack, memory pack, transfer pack, all able to do things. And then we're going to have to put, I believe it's either Oracle of Seasons and Ages onto the transfer pack somehow. But I'm not entirely sure how to do that, which is why I haven't made a tutorial for this yet. Because we're going to have to like work this out when we get there. But once we worked it out, it'll be easy. For now, just leave it on Rumble Pack. I don't know what this means. In Controller 2, you want to have your N64 mouse selected. Don't know how that's going to work, but we'll work it out. We'll work it out. We'll just use this mouse sensitivity from yourself. I might like adjust this later on. Your guess is as good as mine. I haven't played this yet, so let's get into it. Alright. Oh, no, that didn't work. That did not work. Alright. I'll fix it. Give me a second. I have workarounds. Oh god, on my windows. No, why you gotta do this? Alright, gotta fix up my windows. Let me exit that for a second. Going full screen really screwed me over there. I apologize. Alright, I fixed my windows. Mostly. Not that one. This one, there we go. Alright. This one. Oh, no. That didn't work either. That didn't work. I'll just have to zoom in and crop it out, I guess. Zoom and crop. Let me... Where the hell is it? There it is. Put that back out of there. Close that. Reopen this. Hey, yeah. Alright, what's the largest we got? I'll put that over there. Actually, I can just move it somewhere like that. I just have to make life difficult for myself, don't I? Just have to make it the most difficult thing possible. I'll fix it. Relax. Alright, there we go. And then... That's about right. Perfect. Look at that. Professional. Like I've done this before. Just have a look. Yeah, that looks alright. Not great for me, but hey. As long as it works for you guys. That's the important thing. Let me up the audio. Tell me if that's too loud. Might be a little bit too loud. Just down just a touch. Yeah, that looks better. Hero of War! In here we got some basic settings, just sound, brightness, that sort of stuff. Nothing like important. There's a lovely courtroom. There. Tiny sliver of white at the top. Damn, alright. We'll fix it, we'll fix it. There we go. Fix it. I can even see that sliver, man. I'm sure it'll be good enough. Alright, Hero of Law. This game auto-saves after each scene. Do not turn off your console during scene transitions. You can only see because it contrasts with the black border on the sides. Damn. It's so quiet. Do you think they forgot? Forget a royal visitation? No one could make such a blunder, princess. Well, I guess I should just go in then. Oh no! What has Meryl done to marry her? March 17, 9:37 a.m. Hyrule Grand Court. Defendant, lobby number 3. You'd think after so many years of doing this, I'd be used to the stress. Got a court record at top. Proof that I can stand in court as an attorney. Music. So why am I shaking? God, I guess it's a lot worse when it's your friend's life on the line. Come on, you gotta look professional. She can't see you like this. Speaking of her, though, where is she, anyway? Hey, you over there!
Huh? What is it, attorney? The trial isn't starting yet.
But it will be soon, right? Would you happen to know why my client isn't here yet? I didn't get to speak much with her when she was arrested, so I was hoping I could at least exchange a word with her now.
Well, you weren't the only one of that idea, boy. I believe she's currently in the prosecutor's lobby. He wanted to talk to her as well.
What? What's up with this guy? He bars me from the crime scene, blocks my detention center visits, and now this.
Not to worry, she'll definitely be here before the trial.
Great. That'll be a joyous 5 minutes indeed.
I just always imagine Link yells when he talks, even though he never talks.
But there's nothing I can do but wait.
Because all we hear from is,
Yeah, yeah.
sometime later.
Okay, this is ridiculous. How much longer can he keep her?
Ah, see, there she is. No need to get all worked up, boy.
Is something wrong? Did I hear shouting? So much for looking professional. No, don't worry. Everything's fine. This is Malin. Ever since we met in Hyrule Castle all those years ago, we've been great friends. Her heart's in the right place. I know she cared deeply about her father. Everything's fine. Why do you look so worried?
There was a noise there. That noise clearly means something. He's using the Sage medallion as an Ace Attorney's badge, absolutely. How do I interject? Oh. Malin, age 27, my lifetime friend, and the defendant in this case. Talon, deceased. Victim, owner of the Lon Lon Ranch, and Malon's loving father. You can, like, scroll up for the history, okay. Gotcha. Well, how'd the investigation go? Did you find anything? Yeah, the investigation. I found tons of, groundbreaking stuff. Particularly that my opponent's a real scumbag. What'd the prosecutor want for you anyway? Well, it was mostly just threats. He kept explaining in detail what will happen to me if I'm found guilty. Doesn't sound like a vital discussion that need to happen right before the trial. He probably just did that, so I wouldn't have much time to talk. You believe in me, right? I didn't do it. I'd never. Of course I believe you. Well, of course I believe you. Although, I'll be honest, things aren't looking very good right now, yeah? What's that, Melon's hand? That's clearly evidence. What's that you got there? Oh, this. It's just a pictograph of Father and I carry around. I can't believe he's gone. Who's that no-good scumbag in the left there? Could he possibly be the real villain? I wish I knew how to cheer her up right now. I'm not very good at handling emotional clients. The horse did the one in the background, definitely. Hey, you know that pictograph could be really useful for the trial. Oh, how so? Well, you look so happy together. If I can present it, show that you two had a great relationship. You really think so? Ah, well, here you go then. Madeline's pictograph added to the court record. At least I'll be walking there with something other than just my badge. But wait, we shouldn't just be idly chatting. Anyway, there's not much time left. I know it's hard to talk about, but could you tell me what actually happened there? Alright, here's that thing. You can view it. Alright. I don't stand much of a chance if I don't know your version of the story. I understand. Unfortunately, there really isn't much to... Trial starting! Defendant attorney, please enter the courtroom at once. Uh-oh. I should have said that stuff about having no chance. Alright, everything will be fine. The prosecution has been playing me for a fool since it began. But sooner or later, his arrogance will be his undoing. Let's head inside. My name is Link. I've been defense attorney for the last 7 years. I've won my fair share of cases, and lost some too. But this one's personal. There's so much at stake here. Not only do I have to save Malon's life, I gotta find out who did this to Talon. Talon, he was always so kind. He didn't deserve this. I need to do him justice. I can't lose this.
Oh, man.
No, it's Ganondorf.
Court is now in session for the trial of Malon of Lon Lon Ranch.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Are we? I sincerely doubt that. What were they thinking? Pitting me against some pathetic kid.
Huh? Pathetic kid? What gives you the right?
Still your tongue. You bring shame upon the fine color of your hair, vile woman. Before long, the world shall know the horrible deeds you have committed. Let us not prolong the inevitable, shall we?
No, this is a court. It's no place to be exchanging insults. Since the prosecution seems ready as well, let's hear their opening statement.
The opening statement shall also be the closing one. The girl did it, it's obvious. She killed her own father in cold blood.
All so she could have the ranch to herself. But then wait for the old fool to die. Naturally, could you, you greedy little rat?
Yeah? Your Honor, you can't allow this man to verbally abuse and offend like this?
She committed a murder, kid. She deserves every bit of scorn she gets.
I do believe a little less commentary wouldn't go amiss.
Bah. I assure you, old man, you will change your opinion once you see all the damning evidence.
Who is this guy? How can he speak to the judge like that?
Ganondorf Dagmeier. Looks like I've been lucky to avoid meeting this gay man till now. The stories I heard about him must be true. A boorish barbarian, a man of hailing from the Gerudo province. Apparently he prides himself on his nearly clean streak he's cultivated for decades. All while disrespecting everyone in the court, including the judge. I've heard some attorneys refer to him as the King of Evil. Definitely has that look. At the very least, who wears full armor to the court.
Apparently we're sweating up a storm, boys. We're sweating up a storm.
Very well. Please present your case to the court.
You don't seem like talking to me, so I'll just let the detective present the basics. Bring Emperor of the Sheikah Force to the stand!
Well, here we go. The first battle. I know Impa. She's quite a competent detective. Which worries me. Please let her have made a mistake just this once.
Alright, state your name and whatever it is you pretend to do.
You never change, do you, prosecutor?
Any possible change would be for the worse. Now, stop wasting time. Name and occupation.
Oh, man.
Very well. I am Imper, head detective of the Sheikah Force, Homicide Division.
True for now, at least. Well, what are you waiting for? Start talking. You were the one assigned to this case, so you know all about it. What calamity has befallen our fair kingdom?
Still can't be bothered to give a proper opening statement, huh? I suppose I can do the prosecutor's job for him this time, for the sake of an unbiased look.
Please, go ahead, detective.
The incident happened earlier yesterday morning on Lon Lon Ranch, a local supplier of goods located just south of Castle Town. The current owner of the homicide, Alan, was found dead in the ranch in his house.
Why does she have a knife out?
A tragic loss for our kingdom for sure. I have seen the man around Castle Town a number of times delivering goods.
Objection! He's always asleep! Quite. The owner has a rather important figure in the local community. In any case, we were alerted to the scene of the murder by the Royal Guard, who were there on official business.
Official business? Of what kind?
As I understand it, the ranch provides the kingdom with a vital service to ensure it's operating as it should. And as a gesture of appreciation, the Crown orders a visitation to the ranch, every year.
I see. A scheduled annual visit. Continue, detective.
When the Sheikah Force arrived, they found the victim bleeding out onto the floor. Next to him lay his daughter, Malin, breathing but unresponsive. After a thorough investigation, we arrested her, as she was deemed the only possible culprit.
Objection!
That about covers the gist of what happened.
Very nice and succinct. Keep that up and perhaps you'll keep your job. I do not think the good detective here has much to worry about, given she is the head of the department. Which reminds me, why is the head of detectives herself in a case like this?
Impersonate Detective Gumshoe, it seems, pretty much.
Were the other detectives unavailable?
That would be because I've been assigned to this case by order of the King of Hyrule himself.
The king assigned you? Oh, that doesn't happen very often now, does it?
You are correct, Your Honor. I'm not usually involved in field work like this. This time, however, the king felt it was necessary because of who was involved.
Now who is involved? Is the death of the ranch worker really a concern for the king?
Well, as I said, Lon Lon Ranch is a very important supplier of goods, to be sure. But that's not who I meant.
Let's keep bringing a knife out, man. Surely he doesn't need to bring it out every time.
I imagine the king wanted the top investigators on this job because it was the royal princess herself who discovered the crime scene.
Order, I will have order. The royal princess Zelda witnessed a crime. And there you have it. This case rides on the princess's own words. To doubt it would be to doubt your own royalty.
This is bad. I can't really object to that.
Very well then. If the princess is testifying today, it's better we don't make her wait needlessly. Detective, please testify about exactly why the defendant was arrested.
Witness testimony. The reasons for arrest.
It is with regret that I agree with Dragmire. All the evidence points towards this girl being a culprit. We determined that the murder definitely took place inside of the ranch house. There were only 3 people on the ranch: the victim, the defendant, and a worker who has an alibi for the time of the crime. The defendant was found unconscious right in front of the victim, who was bleeding out on the floor. Furthermore, she was holding a weapon.
Why didn't she bring out a weapon herself?
Without a doubt, that was used to kill the victim. She seems like a bright girl, but it's most unfortunate.
Well, nothing I could object there.
Your Honor, I'd like to submit these pieces of evidence to the court. First, I have an autopsy report performed by the Crown's top coroner.
No, we can't see it yet.
Autopsy report add to court record.
Here's what we determined to be the murder weapon, which we took from the defendant's hand.
So added to the court record.
To make sure we had the correct weapon, we conducted a very thorough investigation. Naturally, we searched everyone and thoroughly examined the ranch and its vicinity. Nothing unusual was found, but to be safe, we also checked the ranch's inventory list to see whether anything was missing. The list matches the items we found in the ranch exactly, and nothing but the saw had fresh blood on it.
Ranch inventory adds to court record.
That does sound quite compelling.
Yeah, let's go look through it. Deep irregular wound made with a sharp metal object. Victim died from blood loss no later than 8 a.m. That's very important. 8 a.m. is the time of death. Supposed murder weapon found in Melon's hands. Clean of blood. Oh, it's been cleaned of blood. Okay. A list of equipment on the ranch. Press A for details. Rakes, 4 pieces. Garden hose, 4 pieces. Buckets, 8 pieces. Hammers, 2 pieces. Knives, 6 pieces. Wood saws, 1 piece. Saddles, 8 pieces. Shoe horses, 28 pieces. Axes, 3. Brooms, 2. Scythes, flails, trowels, post pounders, drag harrows, water horses, hoses, wheelbarrows, horse carts, towing harnesses, cow nose rings. Date 15 March. Name Ingo.
Who's this guy, Ingo? Objection.
Alright.
This must have been a truly terrifying scene.
Dying from a wound made by a weapon like this is extremely painful. This only helps prove the defendant's viciousness.
At this rate, they're going to paint Malin as some sort of heartless monster.
There's one more thing I feel I should mention, for the sake of completeness. Shortly after we arrived at the ranch, a courier showed up to take some milk shipments.
Of course, business must go on. Is this really necessary to enter the evidence, though?
The shipment did end up leaving the ranch, so I feel it bears mentioning.
Were the contents checked before you let them go?
Naturally. Who do you take us for? Even though the worker handling the shipments did get quite worked up about it, we cracked all the boxes to check what was inside. In the end, it turned out to only be milk bottles, so we let them through.
Very well. Thank you for your favor, Miss Detective.
Objection! One of those milk bottles could be broken. Did you check every milk bottle? It could have been used as a murder weapon. Milk shipments added to the court records. So, what happens now?
Well, this is where I step in and perform a cross-examination.
Ah, great. How does that work?
I have no idea. Huh?
Could you explain what you're going to be doing?
I can't hurt to go over this again.
There's no time. Sure, why not?
The witness will repeat her testimony, and I'll be able to scroll back and forth through individual statements by pressing A, B, or with the directional pad.
They'll repeat as many times as you want?
That's right. I have to consider every little detail. Can't miss a thing. If I want to know more info about something, I can use L or Z to press the statement and ask the witness a question.
Grill them for info?
Yeah, since the witness has come over the answer on the spot. If they're lying, prompting for more info can make them slip up. More importantly though, if I can find something that doesn't line up with the evidence, I can press R to bring up a court record.
The court record is basically a list of evidence, right?
Yeah, I can open it anytime I want to recheck the facts. After choosing the contradicting item and pressing up to raise an objection and present my doubts to the court. Oh, and I can only present evidence, but profiles as well.
Profiles?
The court records contain the list of all the people involved too. I can switch between evidence and profiles with R. If I need to review what's been said recently, I can press start to see a history of messages.
Ah, I see. That makes great sense.
Is the defense done whispering now?
Ha, sorry. If he's so upset about it, why doesn't he just press right to skip ahead? The defense is ready to cross-examine the witness.
Whoa, a waste of time. I sincerely you're not implying that the standard court procedure is a waste of time, Mr. Dagmere. In any case, we're ready, defense. Please begin the cross-examination.
Cross-examination. The reasons for arrest.
Alright, it's read the degree of all the points. Evidence points towards girl being culprit. We determined that the murder was definitely took place inside the ranch house. Do I have anything about that? I mean, we just pressed to see if that was sure.
Press. Hold it. And just how did you do that?
It's quite simple. There was no blood found anywhere else.
Had the victim be attacked at some other location, we'd expect a trail leading to the scene.
Couldn't a killer have just cleaned it all up?
Certainly not. The path to the ranch house at Lon Lon Ranch is not paved in any way. Cleaning blood off the ground required disturbing the soil. Naturally, we found nothing of the sort.
That wouldn't have been enough time to pull it off anyway.
Likely true.
Right. Sounds like the location of the crime is pretty firm, but I'm not giving up yet.
Oops. There were only 3 people on the ranch. The victim, the defendant, and a worker with an alibi for the time.
Who was this other guy? 3 people, you say?
I guess that would have to be Mr. Ingo.
Objection. Let me stop you before you start getting too excited. If you had listened to the rest of what the detective said, you'd know she mentioned an alibi.
Indeed. We're pretty certain that a ranch worker couldn't have been involved.
Well, what is this alibi then?
You might remember that I brought up some milk shipments, right? Well, the worker Ingo was in charge of them. He left the ranch house first thing in the morning, and was busy preparing the shipments after that.
Is that so? Surely he couldn't have gotten away from that one really quick like a little murder.
This wouldn't just be a quick little murder as you crudely put it. You'd have to take the steps to hide his involvement too. There was definitely not enough time for that.
Unfortunately, I agree. Preparing the shipment is a lot of work. You have to milk all the cows, clean all the bottles, pour the milk out into them, arrange them into crates, and then finally load it up onto a wagon. Usually I had to do it together with Father to finish before the courier arrived. The shipments were all ready when we arrived at the ranch. We checked the boxes. They were fully loaded with milk bottles.
So this Ingo was able to do the work of 2 people on his own. It's not a bit odd.
Odd or not, he evidently did just that. Clearly, he's a man of dedication to his job. Or perhaps the girl and the father are very inefficient.
This whole thing seems awfully suspicious if you ask me, but I guess I have nothing to dispute it with.
The defendant was found unconscious, right in front of the victim, who was bleeding out on the floor.
Why was she unconscious? Malin fainted?
Correct. We couldn't get her awake for a long time. Eventually, we decided to administer a healing fairy so she could be questioned.
I guess finding the body was just much of a shock. Huh?
Probably just pretending, trying to look like she had merely found the body.
In any event. Furthermore, she was holding a weapon without doubt. What was used to kill the victim.
Objection! And how can you be so sure of this?
Look at the autopsy report.
Deep, irregular wound made with a sharp metal object.
The saw was the only sharp implement in the ranch house that could provide such a room.
How do I provide evidence?
Can I, how do I use this? Oh. Do I have a court record for? Oh, I do have others.
Judge. West jolly old man who has presided over some cases. Gandalf Dragmeyer. Prosecutor assigned to the case, rude to others, easily angered. Impa, head of detectives, assigned to investigate the case.
Alright, well. And as I've already mentioned, we looked closely at all the other sharp things in the ranch. None had recent blood on them.
That still doesn't necessarily mean it was the murder weapon. Maybe the real culprit hid the real one.
Turns out the fairy did it when they healed. Absolutely.
Yeah, prove it then. Show us the real murder weapon.
Well, I definitely don't have any way to do that. Still, something bothers me about that sore.
So you have nothing? Wasted time.
How do I like... I really should pay more attention to how to use the abilities.
She seems like a bright girl. It's most unfortunate. Hold it! She sure is. We've known each other for years.
Yet she murdered her father in cold blood. How curious. Perhaps you're just a bad judge of characters, both of you.
No way! Just give me some time and I'm gonna prove it.
Do you see anything wrong yet?
Well, usually it's difficult to find anything wrong with the basic facts of the case. That said, I do think I saw one small thing.
Really? That's great.
It sure is, because I gotta poke all the holes I can find before the princess gets here.
So... how do I... gotta press up.
Ah! Huh? This seems like a fairly large oversight. I just want to make sure of something. The state you saw is currently in how you found the crime scene. There's no blood on it.
That's correct.
That's strange, considering how much the victim bled out and how deep his wound was. Why is there no blood on the supposed murder weapon?
Is this all you have?
Huh?
Naturally, the prosecution has explained why the sore is clean. Behold, this cloth was found in the defendant's other hand. As you can plainly see, it is stained with blood. The defendant simply wiped the murder weapon in a futile attempt to hide her involvement.
If Malin was trying to hide her involvement, why did she leave the crime scene? I mean, why didn't she leave the crime scene?
Huh. Obviously, she was trying to hide the body before the royal visitation arrived at the ranch. Unfortunately for her, it just so happened that the delegation arrived quite a bit earlier than scheduled. In a panic, she quickly wiped the sore off and pretended to faint to make it look like she stumbled upon the scene.
Young lady, things are not looking very good for you right now. The court accepts the bloodied cloth into evidence.
Bloodied cloth added to the court record. So, what's the story of this cloth?
Well, I was doing a final check around the ranch, and I noticed that part of the fence around the horse paddock was damaged. Not entirely sure when that happened, but sometimes one of the horses just gets a bit too rowdy, you know.
Right.
Anyway, I didn't want to bother Mr. Ingo about it, so I tried to cut up a new rail by myself to patch it. But then the saw slipped and I cut my hand open.
Oh my goodness, are you okay?
Well, it wasn't that bad and the fairy healed it, so now there's no sign of the damage. It did bleed quite a lot though, so I used the cloth to bandage the wound. Actually, going to the ranch to ask Father to help me with the fence.
Huh, a likely story. Impossible to verify now, of course. The Sheikah force had to use a fairy and the defendant to get her out of the supposed unconsciousness. I do have to give her some credit. She is one cunning woman. She knew that would explain a sudden lack of wound on her hand.
Yes, why, fairies are indeed wonderful. Just the other day, I slapped my hand with a gavel, and one took the pain away immediately.
Great. Glad to know they're used for such important things. But, dang it. Too bad there's no way to tell whose blood is on the cloth.
There isn't? I guess we don't have blood matching yet. In Phoenix Wright, you present similar to pressing. I gotta move my upper window. 1 second. Putting a check mark next to the statement you have already pressed is a nice touch. Huge quality of life improvement from the OG Phoenix Wright games. Nice.
I do believe this matter has been settled, and I'm ready to call my next witness.
Uh-oh. Is that all I can get out of her?
You've served your purpose, Sheikah. Begone.
Fine. But you had best treat Her Highness with respect, or I'll see two of these spend the night in the dungeons.
Do not presume to threaten me, Sheikah. A night of darkness and solitude will be nothing but comfort for me.
Is that so? Then perhaps we should build the dungeons with lit candles for the occasion.
They're glaring daggers at each other. If this doesn't end soon, we're all in trouble.
Order in the court. I'm sure we'll treat the princess with utmost respect. You may step down, detective.
Well, this case has already made me weary of all this pointless jabber. The time is ripe to deal the final blow. I call Her Highness Princess Zelda of Hyrule to the stand.
That adult princess looks real weird, I tell you what.
Is something the matter? Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden?
Oh, yes, Your Highness. I believe we're all just a bit uncertain on how to proceed. It's quite an honor to have such an esteemed guest in these halls.
But in the face of the law, the princess is no different from a person.
A person,
Name and occupation, now!
The prosecutioner will behave. I will not have any derogatory statements directed at the princess.
Derogatory?
I simply wish not to waste any more time. We must employ proper procedure.
Oh, man.
It's all right, Detective. I believe the prosecution does have a point. In the eyes of the law, we are all equals. On this stand, I'm just another witness. I should not be getting special treatment, now should I?
Very admirable, Your Highness. We can all rest easy knowing that Hyrule is destined to have such a wise monarch in its future. Yes, indeed. I eagerly await the day when our next ruler takes the throne and reshapes the kingdom in their image.
Wait, he's not talking about the princess, is he?
You flatter me, prosecutor. Now then. I believe I was asked my name and occupation. I'm Zelda, the current princess of Hyrule, and heir apparent to the throne.
Marvelous, Your Highness. Before we begin, I would just like to know, why were you at Lon Lon Ranch to witness this terrible incident?
Ah, it's simple, really. Lon Lon Ranch is Hyrule Castle's biggest food supplier. Not only that, but the ranch also equips Hyrule God with the finest of horses. Every year, the royal family makes a visit as a gesture of goodwill and ensures the quality of seeds.
Wow, I didn't know your horses were used by the royal guard.
Yeah. We work hard every year to make sure they're in the best possible condition. Baba loved to boast about to the other ranch owners.
Ah, knowing Talon, I'm sure he did.
How unfortunate that the ranch may no longer meet the Crown's high standard under new management. The royal family has a backup, I trust.
We are looking for one. Naturally, those standards are quite high.
Yes, yes, of course. Now then, please describe what you saw on the day of the incident.
Very well.
Oops. I figured I skipped something then. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
Witness testimony. The scene behind the door. I arrived at Lon Lon Ranch a little after 8 a.m., accompanied by my loyal guards. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was. There was nobody there to welcome us. I could sense something was wrong. I opened the door to the ranch house and went inside. The room was mostly empty. There was a table with some kind of crystal bottle on top of it.
A crystal bottle? Like maybe a milk container that could have been broken and used to stab inside the chest of someone?
But in front of the table, a terrifying scene was unveiling. The defendant hacked the ranch owner's chest with a saw she was holding. I was overcome with fear, and I screamed. I'll never forget what I saw that day. I heard that Town and his daughter were incredibly kind. I can't believe she would commit such horrible violence.
Wait, wouldn't she know Talon and his daughter if they've been visiting every year? That seems like something wrong there. Objection!
What?
Oh my! You saw the very moment that victim was killed?
There you go. Decisive testimony. Huh. As there is no need to doubt the princess's statement, I call for the judge to make a ruling right away.
Hey now, hold on. I didn't get to cross-examine the witness yet.
Curious how old they say Zelda is in the court record. We'll find out soon.
You haven't, fool, because there is no need. Did you not hear one word of what I said?
Didn't you just say we should follow all the procedures and treat the princess like any other witness? This is the defense's right.
You complete.
I believe the defense has a point. They do have every right to perform a cross-examination, no matter who is testifying.
I was quite looking forward to this part myself. I've only ever read about the court proceedings in the Royal Library.
That being said, I will not tolerate any reckless accusations towards the princess, is that clear?
Naturally, Your Honor. How am I going to cross-examine the princess? This isn't going to end well.
What's gotten into the prosecutor? That seemed like a rather intense outburst.
Well, I do have a guess.
Oh?
Because of the princess' status, it's possible Dagmite didn't have an opportunity to discuss her testimony with her. That might mean this testimony is a surprise even to him. This could be my chance.
Before we begin, there is just one thing that caught my attention. I believe the princess mentioned seeing some kind of glass bottle at the crime scene.
That would be this, I presume.
It's got blood inside.
Why, yes, that's exactly it.
What is that?
Oh, it's a bottle of perfume that Father intended to gift to Her Royal Highness when she arrived. He quickly rode out of town to get it the last moment. We didn't know the princess was coming instead of the king until only about 2 hours before the visitation.
At 6 a.m.?
Oh, how thoughtful. He really did not need to bother himself so.
As fascinating as all this is, the prosecution doesn't believe it's relevant to this case.
It's good to have a full picture of the crime scene. The defense requests the bottle be accepted into evidence.
Bah. Desperate to latch on to every little thing, are you? Whatever. You can add it to the evidence if it'll make you happy.
No skin off my teeth. Oh, oh, oh.
In that case, the court accepts this bottle into evidence.
Perfume bottle added to the court record.
Now then, the defense begin your cross-examination.
Cross-examination. The scene behind the door.
Alright, before we do that, have a look at the things. Found clutched by Malin at the crime scene. Supposedly she wiped the saw clean of this. Ranch gift for the princess. Bought just before the crime. Found at the crime scene. Her files. Princess Zelda, age 14 apparently. How's she age 14 when Malin is 27? Doesn't make any sense to me. Heir apparent to the royal throne, a witness to the murder. I arrived at Lon Lon Ranch a little after 8 a.m., accompanied by my loyal guards. Yeah, that's fine. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was. There was nobody there to welcome us.
Have you conducted these royal visitations in the past, Your Highness?
No. This was my first one. Up until last year, my father was always the one to visit Lon Lon Ranch. However, he decided I had to stop preparing for all the royal duties that await me. So, I was to do it this time.
You will doubtlessly perform admirably as the ruler when the time comes.
What happened when you got to the ranch house?
I could sense something was wrong. I opened the door to the ranch and went inside.
And what then?
Stop interrupting, let her get to the point.
Defense, I believe I was clear about not badgering the witness.
Drat, I need to calm down.
Alright. We won't badger the witness. The room was mostly empty. There was a table with some kind of crystal bottle top on it. I've seen that one. But in front of the table was a terrifying scene. What a face. Was unveiling. The defendant was hacked at the ranch owner's chest with the saw she was holding. That's what we need to do. Fine.
You were there at the exact time of the murder, Your Highness?
Yes, that's correct. That's impossible. You're lying.
The defendant will curb her outburst. You're addressing royalty.
This is really bad. What now?
Accuse Zelda of the crime. That's what was about to say. What do we want to ask about here, eh? We definitely don't want to accuse Zelda of the crime just yet. Let's ask about the crime scene.
Where were the victim and the defendant at this time?
The ranch owner was in front of the little table that's directly across from the entrance's door. The defendant was right in front of him and quickly fainted after her attack. A large pool of blood started forming where the victim was. I had a rather good view of the whole scene.
Right.
This is unfortunate as fortunate that you could see. It is as unfortunate as it is fortunate that you could see the whole thing in such detail. Now, please continue.
Are you sure there wasn't anyone else at the ranch, Your Highness?
No, the place looked empty. Although, I did later see a worker pull up a loaded wagon when the courier came asking about milk shipments. He caused a little bit of a scene when the Sheikah force started investigating it. That worker must have been somewhere else in the ranch, I suppose.
The ranch is pretty large. Said worker was inside a building on the other side. It's quite understandable she wouldn't have seen him until later.
Drat, that really doesn't give me a whole lot to work with. Should I ask something else?
Well, it's clearly time to accuse Zelda, right? Right? She's gotta be the one who did it. Absolutely no evidence to back it up. But maybe it'll rat her along.
Well, if you were there alone, how can we know you didn't do it?
Accusing the princess? Pathetic. The defense is truly grasping at straws. You fool. You think a child could overpower a grown adult? One who does hard manual labor every day? And besides, why would the princess want to take the life of a measly ranch owner? And not just any ranch owner, one the crown had a most successful business relationship with. Idiotic, simply idiotic.
Well, maybe the crown wanted the ranch for themselves?
Has the defense lost their mind?
It's gonna end up the Tag Master's entire plan was to let you win the case, but leaving Zelda as the only other suspect, maybe.
Cease this line of questioning immediately.
Perhaps the penalty will disabuse the defense from further unstained accusations.
Oh no, it's fine,
No, then perhaps the defense wants to bid farewell to their head. I hear the traitors are dealt swiftly these days.
I extend my most sincere apologies. I don't know what came over me.
Nonetheless, I believe a penalty is still very much warranted.
Oh no! Well, that was a stupid thing to say. There is definitely something off about a statement, though. I should have something else.
I was overcome with fear and screamed. I'll never forget what I saw that day. I heard Tal and his daughter were incredibly kind. I could not believe such a thing should commit a crime.
Trust your heart, Your Highness. You know Malin didn't do this.
What nonsense. Her heart? What do her organs have to do with anything? Of course. Evidence and testimony be damned. Just we feel the defendant must be innocent.
Oh, well, if you saw it, then I declare today's verdict. Have you gone senile, you old man?
It was a joke, much like the arguments the defense have been presenting.
I can't believe the princess would lie like this.
Yeah, it's really shocking.
You don't believe her, right? Even if she is the princess, that means nothing. I didn't do this.
To trust an authority or your best friend. I need something very concrete to disprove what the princess is saying.
I don't know if it to be unlike the thing he had to do it, but...
Present!
Trade doesn't deal swiftly, says the guy who never gets executed by the kingdom at any point in the series.
You lie, Your Highness, and I have to prove.
Could you be any more rude? This is royalty you're speaking to.
I'm getting lectured on rudeness by this guy?
Well, let's see what it is you're waving around.
It's, this.
You're rude and wrong, it turns out.
The defense will abstain from belligerent failures.
I'll have to rethink this.
What? I couldn't present my picture? Wow. Alright, well, what else do I got? I mean, we got a ranch gift, but... That really helped me much. Alright, well... Very concrete to prove. Well... I guess we can talk about this one.
If the gods were Her Highness, why were they not called as witnesses?
We did question the gods, naturally. Apparently they didn't get to see anything relevant.
I was the only one to enter the crime scene. After seeing what was inside, I stood guard insisting no one were allowed inside till the Sheikah force arrived. I have read that preserving the scene is vital.
Quite correct, Your Majesty.
I'm sure the gods were absolutely thrilled with this order.
Please proceed, witness.
overcome with fear and screamed.
Are you sure you got a good look then, Your Highness? You didn't look away in panic?
The princess was very brave to take control of the situation the way she did. There is no need to doubt what she saw.
Ah, yes. I suppose what she did was admirable.
If only I'd arrived earlier. Your Highness, don't blame yourself for this. If you arrived earlier, you could have been the one who got attacked.
Huh. So you would have lashed out at anyone trying to stop you. Huh. Despicable.
That's not what she meant, and you know it. Princess, please go on.
Very well.
Alright, well.
We gotta find out something.
You pay attention to something like that after seeing the murder, Princess?
Well, I spent a rather long time in there waiting for the Sheikah Force to arrive. Plus, that bottle is quite beautiful. It just stood out.
Alright, well. I guess. Do we present the blood? Could this have been someone else like her? Cleaning the blade? I don't know. So we really got two evidences here. It's either the milk or the ranch gift, the blood. We're running out of like lives here for this. I don't know why I need to present Malin, but maybe she can give a retort? I don't know. You guys got any ideas? Scroll through the statements again? Alright, alright. Go to the very beginning. We'll go backwards. I arrived at Lon Lon Ranch a little after 8 a.m. accompanied by my local guards. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was. There was nobody there to welcome us. I could sense that something was wrong. I opened the door to the ranch and went inside. The room was mostly empty. There was a table of some kind of crystal, bottle top on top of it. But in front of the table, a terrifying scene was unveiling. The defendant hacked into the ranch in his chest with a sword she was holding. Ah, yes, this one, yes. If she was chopping at the time, why was it clean?
Huh? That's true. Malin couldn't wipe off the blade while the princess was watching. But it's not entirely out of the question. There's something much more damning in this testimony. I shouldn't play all my cards this early.
What else would I present then? Anyway, next one.
I was overcome with fear and I screamed. I'll never forget what I saw that day. I heard that Tal and his daughter were incredibly kind. I cannot believe anyone would commit such violence.
That's why I tried to present the camera there. To prove that she wouldn't. She loved her father. That's all I've got. Yeah, let's see that far back. Does any of the evidence mention how Malin was unconscious? Probably. All we got is like the victim died from loss of blood no later than 8 a.m. That's not really evidence for or against it, because he could have just died really fast. If she arrived at 8 a.m.
profiles? Not really. Dying of bloodlust implies they play over time, yeah.
What do you think of this statement, Your Honor?
What do I think of it? Why do you ask?
Well, I have this evidence here.
Don't listen to him, Judge. That evidence has nothing to do with what's being discussed. Oh, don't worry, I knew that. Attorneys always seem to ask what I think when they have no idea what they're talking about.
Oh no.
Drat.
Yeah, let's help us.
Consult.
You seem pretty outraged by this testimony.
Of course, it was completely wrong. Bob was already dead when I found him, and the princess got there after me.
She just can't be telling the truth.
Time and time again, it's the simplest thing that breaks testimonies.
That means why I try to present time. Was it because I had it on the wrong one? Should I have presented it here? Well, evil is never hard, or whatever.
Your Honor, Your Highness, I believe I found something that doesn't quite match up with the facts.
How dare you question the princess? You let the defense speak, prosecutor.
I think I see why you desperately wanted to prevent this cross-examination now. Your Highness, you stated that you arrived at the ranch shortly after 8 a.m., correct?
Yes, the visit was scheduled for 8:30. Exactly. We were quite a bit early.
I see. That makes something you mentioned quite impossible. As stated by the autopsy report, the victim definitely died before 8 a.m. You couldn't have seen the defendant attack the ranch owner when you arrived, because the victim was already dead by then.
Order, order!
Yeah, you really caught her in a lie.
Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? While I wholeheartedly respect and serve the crown, I will nevertheless not tolerate lies in my court.
I'm not lying, I suppose I did not see the exact moment it happened. I guess I only thought I did.
Princess, this is a matter of life and death.
I definitely saw that affected there, along with the body. There's no one else that could have done it. I remember all the other details correctly. The body's on the floor, the pool of blood. You have to believe me.
Perhaps it is best if Her Highness revises her testimony.
That's no good. There's still not enough doubt to overturn this testimony. I'll have to find something else, or this case will be overthrown.
Witness testimony, part 2.
What I actually saw.
I'm sorry for embellishing the truth a little bit. I did not see the actual moment of the attack, but it had to have happened shortly before I went to the rancher's house. Miss Bell and her father were the only ones who seen the crime, so she must have been the culprit.
I see. You only saw the aftermath of the scene, not the actual crime being committed. Very well. Hopefully there are no issues in your testimony this time. Defense, it's time for your cross-examination.
Naturally, Your Honor. Dagman looks still pretty angry. I bet he didn't expect such a blatant contradiction to plop up. If I could just find another one like that in the princess's testimony, she would become completely untrustworthy in the eyes of the judge.
Cross-examination. What I actually saw. Do I get all my lives back at each cross-examination?
You didn't embellish the truth just a little bit. In that case, it can't be conclusively proven that the defendant did it.
The defense, did you exhaust your singular brain cell in that last contradiction you found? There's a deaf mountain worth of evidence pointing to the defendant.
Just because no one saw the actual moment of the crime doesn't mean that anyone else could have done it.
I think you're making a deaf mountain out of a deaf molehill, buddy.
But it had to have happened shortly before I went to the ranch house.
How can you be so sure of that, princess?
Well, when I entered the ranch house, the victim still had the murder weapon embedded in his body.
What?
It's obvious what that means, is it not? The victim didn't even have enough time to hide the weapon.
Well, now we definitely know what to do.
Yes, I might not have seen the murder firsthand, but I must have been very close to doing so.
Oh my! It seems like a very important detail. I think it would be advisable for Her Highness to amend her statement.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Interesting. Dagmar doesn't look very happy about his development, does he? Thinking about it, I might just know why.
Alright, well, do we even need to question this one? Present!
I believe I found another reason to doubt the witness's words. It seems the prosecution sees what I'm getting at here. There was a bloody cloth discovered at the scene of the crime. The prosecution has argued before that it was used to wipe the saw clean. But the princess saw the saw lodged in the talon's body, and the crime scene was left intact. Then it couldn't have been wiped.
Rabble, 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 rabble.
Well, Prosecutor Dragmia, care to explain?
This is most perplexing. Your Highness, are you sure that's what you saw?
Well, maybe the princess decided to pull the saw out in a valiant yet futile attempt to save the victim.
And wipe the blade clean?
That would almost be like framing the defendant.
Of course I didn't do such a thing. I made sure the crime scene stayed intact. I guess I must have made up the memory about seeing the saw sticking out of Mr. Talon as well.
What? 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 You idiotic girl.
Ah!
Do you even realize what you've done for your babbling?
I'm sorry. I was just so excited to stand the witness as a court just this once. Whenever I tried telling my father about anything, he always seemed so disinterested. Just as once I wanted to feel listened to. The defendant, it is clear that she did it. I just wanted to play a larger part in her capture. I'm very sorry for the trouble I have caused you all.
Alright, successfully defeated Zelda. Let me say louder. Early bullying a 14-year-old girl, it's fine. Arrest Zelda for perjury, yep. You usually get lives back whenever the case goes into recess, okay.
Your Highness, the court has no place for silly games. As it stands, I'm afraid we'll have to strike your statements from the court record completely.
Yeah, I did it. The prosecution's lost a key witness.
No, please, wait, I have more to say. I was wrong about the crime scene, but I still have not testified about what I saw afterwards.
Why would we care about that? It's best that you leave and stop damaging my case with your idiocy.
Even if you're not interested in my words, you might be interested in the evidence I found.
Evidence?
What?
Huh?
Oh, evidence, you say?
Of course. While the Sheikah force investigated inside the ranch outside, I looked around the rest of the ranch on my own.
Sheikah, did you know about this?
Of course I did. You did?
Rabble, 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 rabble. I'll have your head for this. Order, order in the court. What is the meaning of this, detective? Why have you withheld this from the court?
It's quite simple. The princess specifically requested to present her findings on her own.
What?
And you agree to this? This court is not some playground where children should decide what evidence should be presented just because they have a crown.
He's being rude about it, but I can't help but agree with Dagmar on this one. Also, I don't really buy this story. There's no way Impa would have allowed this.
Believe me, I wasn't thrilled with the request either. However, after seeing the evidence in question, I didn't think it would be all that important to the case. Thus, I let the princess have her fun.
Rabble, 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 rabble. This is highly irregular. I'm not sure how I feel about this, prosecutor.
Bah, naturally I object to this nonsense. But if the detective thinks it's irrelevant, then it's probably just a waste of time. All the evidence points to the defendant after all. It's still clear she did it, even without the witness at the scene.
Oh, I see. Now defense?
What do we do? If we object to presenting the evidence, then Dagmar loses his queen witness. Plus, whatever the princess presents could be bad for our case too.
So we should agree with the prosecution?
Well, on the other hand, we don't really have much to go on. This could be our only lead left.
Well, don't keep us waiting. Surely, you won't throw away all the progress you made thus far.
What do I do?
Request the evidence, of course.
I really hope this is the right choice. The defense requests that the evidence be presented.
What?
While I agree the situation is irregular, we should still examine all the evidence available. It would be silly to dismiss it as irrelevant without even seeing what it is.
I do believe you have a point, defense. However, I must warn you, in order to admit this piece of evidence in the court records, the princess's statement that she found it must be admitted as testimony, along with everything else she might say.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm well aware. The defense wishes to give the princess one more chance.
Of all the idiotic foolishness.
Order, order in the court. Very well then. Your Highness, please testify once more about the new piece of evidence you found during your investigation.
Thank you. I'll not let you down this time. The princess should understand the gravity of the situation at hand. I just hope this new evidence isn't damaging to our case. Witness testimony.
My findings. I'll be right back. 1 second. What the link here voice quite painful on the old vocal cords.
That's right, I do it for the cause.
I wish to express my heartfelt apologies for my mistakes in earlier testimony. Upon reaching the ranch, I saw the defendant pass out in front of the victim, who was bleeding out.
I stood guard at the entrance of the ranch until the Sheikah force arrived. Once the Sheikah started investigating the crime scene, I decided to take a look around the ranch. While I was walking near the silo, I noticed a strong odor in the air. I had to see where it was coming from. I followed the scent and found a burnt-out fire nearby, and a small, nearby empty bottle of lamp oil. Of course, I took the bottle straight to the head detective.
Well, that's not really any evidence, but sure.
And here it is. An oil bottle I found. Is something wrong? Oh no. This might actually be completely irrelevant.
Yes, well... Of course, there it is, foolish girl. Your great finding is some random fire in the ranch. Please. What next? Are you going to declare every rake on the premise suspicious?
Well,
The prosecution will calm down.
This is bad. Your Honor. Despite the fact that this evidence might not add anything at the moment, the defense still asserts it's still right to cross-examination. Some straws have been grasped.
Why must you insist on this charade, defense? The princess has merely recounted the same view of the crime scene as the head detective. You haven't been able to find any contradictions in her statement.
I believe there might be a way to tie the princess's new evidence into the case?
Ridiculous. Regardless of what the prosecution thinks, the defense does indeed have a right to a cross-examination. The court admits the oil bottle into evidence.
Oil bottle added to the court record.
I just really hope this isn't a complete waste of time, defense. For both your own sake and the client's.
Oh no. But maybe someone's burning evidence.
That's fine. Upon entering the ranch, I saw the defendant pass out in front of the victim who was bleeding out. Might suppress a little bit.
Was there anything else in the room?
Only the beautiful little crystal bottle I mentioned before.
The house was rather barren. Most of our things were on the top floor, since the downstairs room is mostly used for ranch business these days. And the occasional game. Oh, of course. Dad's famous cuckoo game. Ah, the good old days.
Is the defense done reminiscing? There will be plenty of time to do that when the defendant is behind bars.
I was just trying to distract myself from the fact that there's nothing to latch onto here.
I stood guard at the entrance of the ranch house until the Sheikah force arrived.
Did anything happen during that time?
No, not that I recall. The guards did occasionally protest and asked me let me take over, but I held my stance.
Well commendable in the theory. Staying in the room as a dangerous killer isn't very in the same room as the dangerous killer isn't very wise. What if she woke up and lashed out at you? Sweet Harley, you're up above!
That thought didn't occur to me.
Oh, of course not. Foolish girl.
But the guards did stand close by. I would have been safe.
Wonderful to see how much faith our princess has in our royal guard.
Yes, of course I do. In any case.
Perhaps the royal guard are all being paid off.
Once the Sheikah started investigating the crime scene, I decided to take a look around the ranch. You didn't just go home? The royal visitation was supposed to last a lot longer. My father was not expecting us back in the castle until much later. I came to the ranch to examine the horses, so I suppose I could at least do that in the meantime. How long did it take for the Sheikah to arrive at the scene? And it didn't take very long. make the trip from the Highland Castle to the Lon Ranch. I can't imagine it was much more than 20 minutes.
That's pretty fast. Although I imagine the fact that the princess was involved probably helped speed it up.
Slowpokes. I would have been there in half that time, running backwards even. I suppose it's no surprise though. Hylian horses are naturally inferior to our Gerudo steeds.
The Gerudo buy horses from our ranch.
Don't bother. He's just trying to rally you up.
While I was walking near the silo, I noticed a strong odor in the air. I had to stop and see where it was coming from.
What was the smell like?
Oh, it was awful.
Oops. Surely I meant to say it's about the smell of horses when they were suspicious.
A really terrible stench.
Okay.
Don't be ridiculous. The smell was not coming from the horses.
Aha! I've worked it out. Why would he put blood in the perfume bottle though? But clearly the perfume bottle is blood, right? It's blood!
And he poured out the perfume oil on the ground. And it smelled bad. Right? What is this? This is Ace Attorney X Zelda Ocarina of Time. We're trying to work out why Malon killed her father Talon.
Or did she?
I followed the scent and found a burnt out fire nearby. The smell, and a small, nearly empty bottle of lamp oil.
A fire, huh?
Now, let me remind you, Defense. There's any number of reasons why a fire could have been there. You can still feel the cold grasp of death early in the morn.
Princess, how long would you estimate the fire have been out before you found it?
Ah, right. There was still smoke rising from the ashes, so it must be put out pretty recently.
Huh? So around the time of the crime?
So someone prepared their breakfast there. I repeat, this fire is irrelevant.
I think he's realized the same thing I did. Well, who was it? Who could have lit that fire anyway?
It would have had to have been the ranch worker who was putting the milk shipments together at the time.
Ah, but if he had to do with the milk shipments, why was he needing to have breakfast there?
It was almost certainly him. If you really want to ask about his little barbecue, you might just get your chance with him soon.
Doesn't sound like it was very appetizing. But if that ain't concrete to pin on him, I'll just have to brush it off. He'll just brush it off.
Of course, I took the bottle straight to the head detective.
Right, and she allowed you to present it?
Well, I was the one who found it, and since I was going to the trial anyway...
Utter ridiculous.
Yes. Please make this the last time you do something like this, Your Highness. Proper procedures exist for a reason.
Yes, I understand. Do you have any idea why there would be a fire at the ranch that day?
Oh, sorry, I'm talking.
No, it's pretty odd.
Then it sounds like it's definitely worth looking into. Although it'd be hard to link it to a crime in any way. In a situation like this, getting as much info as possible is my best bet.
There is no need to press the princess on her apology. You already wasted a chance to throw out her testimony.
Yes, defense. Please get to the point.
Yikes!
Defense, I believe that is enough. It doesn't seem like you're getting any closer to finding a connection between this fire and the crime at all.
No, I suppose not, Your Honor.
Naturally. I've said this was a waste of time from the beginning.
In that case, let this cross-examination be over. Thank you for your time, Your Highness. I assume you have no more renovation.
That's it.
No, I don't. I really thought the fire would be important.
Leave my sight.
Enough. Your Highness, if you allow me to escort you back to Hyrule Castle. Very well.
Now that the princess's little game is over, we should move this along. The prosecution's stance is still the same, of course. We maintain the evidence on its own is enough to convict the defendant.
I do believe I am nearly ready to hand down my verdict.
But, Your Honor, there is nothing that definitely shows that Malon committed the crime. This is all circumstantial. There's no way she killed her own father.
Oh, that is an excellent point, defense. But the prosecution has yet to elaborate on the defendant's motive. Patricide is not something a person commits lightly.
But I did briefly touch on the subject in my opening statement. But naturally, the prosecution is fully prepared to elaborate on the matter. I would like to call in my third witness.
That has to be the ranch worker.
Before calling him in, though, the prosecution requests a brief recess to prepare.
I thought you said you were already prepared. Maybe he wants to double check that his new witness won't pull anything like the princess did.
Very well, I do believe a break would benefit us all. The court will reconvene after a 15-minute recess. This court is adjourned.
That doesn't give me a lot of time to investigate.
I think it's a plot to prove someone else was on the ranch at the time. Yeah, I agree. Especially really close to the murder, which means they were able to do it. And if they're having breakfast, it means they weren't working full-time on the milk delivery. Which means maybe most of the milk containers are empty or something. And he was just using it as a fake alibi. March 17, 11:17 a.m. Hyrule Grand Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. It's not going all that well, is it? No, I think about it went as well as I could have, actually, given the circumstance. We exposed the worst of the princess's ceremony. It's untrue. I can't believe she just makes stuff up like that. Yeah, that was, surprising. Still, the issue that we didn't manage to shake, the core of the argument. If only there was anyone else in that house. Now. Oh, someone else is talking. Who's this gonna be?
Now, no need to look so glum.
Oh, sorry.
Now, no need to look so glum. Detective, aren't you supposed to be escorting the princess back? The carriage is being prepared, so I thought I'd drop by in the meantime. You've really managed to make Dagmar furious, you know. I have? If you listen carefully, you might just be able to hear him ranting over the prosecutor's lobby. Ah!
He's really giving his upcoming witness a grilling. I expect him to try and shut you down as fast as he can.
Well, that would be worrying if I had anything you could shut down in the first place, I guess.
Oh, but you do.
What do you mean?
Oh, come on now. I'm talking about the princess's grand discovery, of course.
The fire, I wasn't able to do anything with that. You really think it's relevant?
Don't get me wrong. At present, I'm convinced the girl did it. We investigated this and came to the conclusion for a reason. But I'm willing to explore every possibility. The fire is definitely a bit strange, and I dare say it might be your only way out of this. If I may be so bold, I think you should press the next witness on that topic hard. As the only other person working on the ranch at the time, he is the only one who could have lit that fire. If he is hiding something, I think the court deserves to know.
The thing is, the next testimony is about the motive. It's going to be very difficult to bring up the fire again without Dagmar objecting.
You'll have to make it work.
As much as I don't like it, she's right. There really isn't a whole lot else to go on here. Well, thank you.
Don't mention it. One last thing. You, ranch girl.
Me?
Try not to hold that testimony against the princess. Believe me, I'm sure she was just acting with the best of intentions in mind.
You know the road to the Dark Realm was paved with those, right?
Perhaps. It was definitely a serious lapse of judgment, one she will live to regret. Part of this comes from the fact that she's rather sheltered and inexperienced, after a sudden death of her oldest sister last year.
What? The real Princess Zelda died? No wonder she's so young.
And she was thrust into the role of an heir very suddenly.
That's right, the mysterious death of the firstborn Princess Zelda.
They actually decided to give the king a model. And the game doesn't have a model, he doesn't exist. You can even like go behind the window there and look where the king is, and it's just no one there. It's just a void. It's like literally just like a small little window. And then like even the guards aren't actually real guards, it's just like JPEGs. And you look behind, there's like nothing there.
Hyrule still grieves the events of that day. And yet, no one knows exactly what happened. In the void of information, conspiracy theories run amok. People blaming the royal god, the Sheikah, and even the king himself.
The princess will soon have a whole kingdom's worth of troubles on her shoulders. For the kingdom with a history as turbulent as ours, it's a lot to handle.
The princess's conduct today probably won't help with the distress some people have of the crown right now, though.
She is wise beyond her years. She will learn, and she will be better. I simply ask that you don't think of her as an enemy, whatever comes of this trial. She does not need more than she already has.
Wow, she's so intense. I never expected to see Impa to get so emotional. I guess this is all why she decided to take the blame for the princess's impromptu investigation.
Detective Imper!
What is it, soldier? I'm quite busy at the moment, so please be quick.
The investigation team back at the ranch has just sent word of a new development. Something about the milk shipment being returned to the ranch because of a wrong recipient address. They're asking you to come over and see it.
Oh, those idiots. I don't have time for this. Send someone else. I have to escort the princess to the castle.
Roger.
That did remind me though. I took this bottle of milk from a couple of guards who was slacking on the job earlier. Here, ranch girl, perhaps this will help calm your nerves somewhat. Not to worry, it's still unopened.
Oh, thank you? That's nice of her. Too bad about those guards, though.
Now then, I believe the princess's carriage should be prepared by now. If you'll excuse me.
No, you're drinking the evidence, Melon. How could you?
I think I'm so nervous right now. This milk has lost all its flavor.
Huh? Lost its flavor? Like it's been watered down?
But Lala milk is always so tasty.
Are you sure it's just nerves? Let me try some. Huh? You're right. I assume this would have come from one of yesterday's shipments.
Probably, but with the investigation of the ranch, there wouldn't be any today, so maybe it just isn't fresh?
No, I don't think so. It doesn't really taste like it's gone bad. Also, the guard said one yesterday's shipment was misaddressed, didn't he? And this was all handled by Ingo, wasn't it? I think there's something odd going on. I better make some notes about this in the court record.
Note added about the shipment return. Lon milk added to the court record. Defense, the court's about to reconvene. Escort your client back to the courtroom at once.
So it comes down to this. The conclusion is approaching. Time to turn the situation around.
Alright, get our hats back. We got this.
The court is back in session for the trial of Malin of Lon Lon Ranch. I trust that the prosecution's final witness is ready.
Naturally. I have personally seen to the matter that there'll be no more foolishness this time around.
Hopefully his ears are intact.
As we discussed before the recess, having established the opportunity and means for the defendant to have committed the murder, only one matter remains, the matter of motive. But naturally such a heinous crime couldn't be the result of mere happenstance. The prosecution believes the defendant had a deep desire to push her to patricide. Our next witness can shed light on that matter.
Fascinating. Very well, proceed.
The prosecution calls the ranch worker Ingo to the stand.
Ha! It's funny to see Mr. Ingo in such funny clothes. Oh? Yeah, he almost always wears his work dungarees. It's almost like he's looking like a different person. Well, I guess he wanted to dress up for court. He wouldn't want to get a nice outfit dirty by working in it.
Quiet defense. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Your Honor, great honorable prosecutor. My name is Ingo. I mind Lon Lon Ranch.
Mind?
What does that entail exactly?
I'm mostly there to work on structures and equipment. The owner and his daughter are the ones who tend to the animals and take care of orders.
How long have you been working at the ranch?
It'll be several years at this point. There have been others who came and went, but I, Ingo, have persevered for all the hardship. Sounds like he wants a medal for it.
Well, he does get a bit pompous at times, but Ingo really is great help. He built the ranch's silo single-handedly.
Built the ranch's silo single-handedly? That means he knows the saw. Whoa, that's some dedication.
Very well. Given that you're clearly an important employee, you were privy to some of the inside information, is that correct?
Yes, the ranch owner shared all his big plans with me. He trusted me implicitly. He used to say that we're like one big happy family.
I want to look at the picture again. I know his dungarees look the same to me.
He used to say that we're like one big happy family.
That sounds lovely.
That sounds like a red flag. You're going to be getting loads of unpaid overtime.
Evidently not every member of your so-called family felt the same way, though, did they?
It hurts to do this, but I have no choice. Hear my story, Honorable Court of Law.
Witness testimony.
The matter of motive.
Just a couple of days ago, the owner of Talon partially signed the ranch over to his daughter Malin. Talon became a life tenant, with Malin meant to inherit all of the assets after his death. As long as Talon lived, Malin could not sell the ranch. It is simple, isn't it? The girl killed Talon to get full ownership and leave the dingy ranch life behind. It's appalling how ungrateful she is after all Talon did for her.
And there you have it. Testimony from the man who just lost everything. It's truly tragic to witness yet another family torn apart by greed. We have evidence that... We have evidence the defendant caught red-handed at the scene of the crime
And now we have a motive.
How do we know he's telling the truth?
Buh. Of course, I've verified the witness's testimony. As per the law, all inheritance documents must be filed at the Castle Town Notary Office to be considered valid. I saw fit to prepare this for the trial, if the prosecution would like to submit the Lon Lon Ranch inheritance document to evidence. Ranch inheritance document added to the court record.
Mr. Ingo, why would you?
You should pass judgment now, Judge. The defense has nothing.
I'd like to cross-examine the witness. There are a few more details that I feel are relevant. Oh, but of course. Ask whatever you like. I, the hard-working Ingo, can handle it.
Very well, defense. Please begin.
Cross-examination. The matter of motive.
Just a couple of days ago, the ranch owner Talon partially signed the ranch over to his daughter Malin. Talon became a life tenant, with Malin meant to inherit all the assets after his death. Long as Talon lived, Malin could not sell the ranch. It's simple, isn't it? The girl killed Talon to get full ownership and leave the dingy ranch life behind. It's appalling how ungrateful she is after all Talon did for her.
Start from the beginning.
How long ago was this exactly? 3, 4 days. I'm not sure of the exact date. Had it been planned for a long time? Talon was getting on in years. Better to take care of the matter sooner than later. Malin?
He is telling the truth. Baba scheduled a visit to the notary office about a week ago.
What do you mean by partially witness? Talon became a life...
Oh. I have to look for the thing. Malin will inherit the ranch if she is unable to divide the deed between the crown and the remaining employees. The crown and remaining employees, you say? That means there's a different motive here. I guess I should like do it after pressing him this one.
So Malin hadn't become the ranch owner yet? Why, of course not. Haven't you heard all the stories making the rounds recently? So many ungrateful brats throwing their old folks into retirement homes the moment ownership is signed to them. Talon was no fool. I myself convinced him that it was the safer option if the girl was up to some chancery? Chicanery?
I assume it's meant to be like evil ways.
He could always revert his decision.
That's horrible. I'd never do that.
As much as I'd like to believe that, you did much worse by killing him. Children these days, you feed them, you raise them, and they pull a stunt like this as soon as you give them an inch over yourself.
The Pennifer has blessed you with another unknown Zelda stream. Thank you, Lord. No problem. Chi Chancy is shenanigans. Yeah, I was thinking about something like shenanigans.
I must occur. The younger generation is horrible.
If you want to play it, you gotta go through a few loopholes. But I did it at the start of the stream if you just want to like go back to the start of the VOD and see what I did there.
Why do you look at me while saying that? Anyway, what that meant was...
Alright, so I'm gonna provide some evidence right here. Because clearly it's a contradiction that's going to be divided between the crown and remaining employees afterwards, and he's the only other employee.
What do you mean?
I must say I can't see anything clear there. What do you mean? It gives motive that he was also one. How dare you, game? Buh. The only thing that's clear is your incompetence.
I guess I must be on the wrong track.
Maybe you come back to it later.
But why would Malin want to sell the ranch right now? Why wouldn't she want to? Why would a pretty little girl like her want to work in some dingy old ranch? She'd have a better life if she sold the old place and used the money to move to Castletown.
Probably thinking an extra step ahead. Yeah, I think so too.
That's not true. I loved working with the animals. I wouldn't leave them for anything. She's often slacking on the job, while I, the hard-working Ingo, have to cover for her. I guess that Deku nut doesn't fall far from the tree, as they say. That Talon loved to sleep on the job, too.
I do recall quite a funny story about the Lon ranch owner blocking the side entrance to Hyrule Castle for an entire day once. The gods couldn't wake him up. It took quite a particularly vocal cuckoo, apparently.
Ah, jeez. Well, there you go. I'm the real reason why the ranch has such renown. Me, the hardworking Ingo.
Link, that's not true at all.
But how do I put a stop to this?
Well, I guess I could say maybe he was like eating at the time. Maybe he's not so hardworking, or the shipment being returned.
Ha! I've got you now! What? I knew a simple ranch owner could concoct a flawless plan story. I found a gaping hole in it.
Link, are you implying ranch workers are stupid?
That's not what I meant.
On the other hand, certain attorneys are, since what you just presented is meaningless.
Oh, sure, gang up on me.
Alright, fine. Still too early to do anything about that.
By the sound of it, it seems like everything is saying is true. No, it's not. I'm very grateful for all my father did for me.
Whoa, sorry, didn't mean to imply you weren't. Actually, maybe I should press Ingo a little bit more on that point.
Let's keep pressing for a bit then.
Did you really think Malin would go that far? I would have figured, but clearly the evidence speaks for themselves, don't it? Why wouldn't she just wait a few more years then? Talon was getting older. Perhaps she knew more and more work would be piled upon her. But really, how am I supposed to know? That's Kerr. That's right. Well, if Malin didn't want to work, wouldn't she have done this earlier? As Talon's only child, she's still inherited to the ranch. That's where you're wrong. For a long while, Talon planned to split the ranch between the girl and the crown. He was a patriotic man. He knew how much those horses meant to the royal guard. I wish he hadn't changed his mind now. Is this true?
Yes. Father previous inheritance document did work that way.
Well, now we know why it's been changed, because there was already a document. How admirable. I guess familiar bonds over this truly drive the kingdom.
Yes, naturally the girl won the whole thing, so she bided her time.
I think this sufficiently explains the timing. Let's continue, shall we?
Wait just a moment. There's one more problem, the timing, that I'd like the witness to explain. Why would Malin have planned the murder for the day of the royal visitation specifically? More people around means more witnesses. You'd think she would have chosen any other day. Oh, did I forget to mention this? I overheard Talon argue with her that very morning. He was telling her he had changed his mind again. He was planning to tell the king he'd be signing the ranch over to the crown. After the visitation was over, he would head to the castle town to change the inheritance back to the original split.
Maybe he wasn't arguing with Malin, but with you, Ingo.
What?
Despite the victim's wishy-washiness, it would appear he did make the right choice in the end. And because of that choice, if the defendant wanted to get to the ranch, she had no more time to waste that day.
Is this true too?
Absolutely not. Bob wasn't planning to do that. And there was no argument either.
What do I do about this argument? Add it to the testimony. There was an argument about the inheritance? That sounds like an important fact to me. The defense requested be added to the testimony.
Very well, witness. Please do so.
I'd be happy to, Your Honor. I overheard them arguing about the inheritance that morning. Well, about what time did this happen? First thing in the morning, I was heading out to the silo to start the day's work. I had just walked out the front door of the ranch house when I heard some yelling erupt behind me. Do you remember any specifics about what was said? Oh yes, it surprised me enough that I stopped to listen for a minute. It was like...
Oh, I'm real sorry, Melon. But the most important thing is to make sure the king will always have a steady supply of quality horses.
I don't care. What about me, Father? What can you do to... How can you do this to me?
This isn't about you. It's for the good of the entire kingdom.
But what am I supposed to do? I can move up in life if I'm stuck in this dump ranch for forever.
Oh, I thought you loved the ranch. All the animals here and Ingo always around to help out the chores too. He's pretty great, isn't he?
Yeah, Ingo's awesome, but I still hate you for this. It isn't over.
What a surprising reenactment.
I'll keep my thoughts on the witness's acting skills to myself.
There's no way this actually happened, though. Mal would never want to sell a ranch.
Well, of course she'd say that now, you buffoon. Remember, she's under suspicion for murder. We can't trust a thing she says.
Well, I trust her, but the judge probably doesn't right now. And that's unfortunately what matters. Do I have anything in the court records that can refute the story?
If you ask me, this whole inheritance issue could have been avoided if the crown wasn't so soft. In a Gerudo desert, there would be no question that the fortress may seize whatever it desires.
That's just messed up.
No matter. Continue your testimony, farmhand. Share with us the true nature of the defendant.
No, you don't. Hold it. That man gave everything for her. She's gotten so many expensive presents over the years. Just look at that golden necklace she's wearing. That man spoiled her rotten. In fact, I think I saw another present he was meaning to give her on the very day he was killed.
Another gift?
Why, yes, a little bottle of perfume, I believe.
Where'd I come across this, bud? I came across it, but I'll give you the exact thing right here. A newer team. I'll put it in the chat for you. Just for you, bud. I was planning on pinning this comment at one point, but never did. There you go. Hero of Lore. Should have been that a while back, my bad.
Why, yes, a little bottle of perfume, I believe. Intolerable! Talon was such a kind man. What happened to him is despicable.
Was that last statement important?
Your Honor, the defense wishes to add the statement about perfume to the testimony.
What are you doing? Trying to implicate the defendant even harder?
I think it's an important detail, Your Honor.
The perfume is irrelevant. But I suppose the prosecution has no objections to strengthening our case.
Very well, witness. Please add what you said to the testimony.
Where'd you see this? I think it was laying around the ranch house. Talon probably intended to give it to Malin on the day he was killed.
Do you mean this witness?
Why, yes, that's exactly it. Looks very expensive. If only Talon had spent as much on his salary for me, the hard-working Ingo. I get up and leave to do work at the break of dawn every day, you know. What's your relationship with this guy anyway?
Well, he's been employed and living with us on the ranch for as long as I can remember, really. You know, I don't think he's ever skipped a day at work thinking about it.
Not a single one? Talk about dedication. But even so, something's very much off here.
Alright, well. So we know she doesn't get full ownership and it's been changed. Like maybe I present the evidence here for this there? I don't know. What's she have to say?
Where'd your father get that perfume again?
It was pretty much right before the visitation. We didn't know the princess was coming till the last moment. I only briefly saw it before he asked me to do that last check around the ranch.
So the reason why Ingo didn't know the perfume was for the... was because he didn't see Talon leave to get it? And yet, it seems Ingo still knows a little bit too much.
She like everything? Ah, that's the same thing, okay. Alright. What can we present about this? Oh, we look at the profile so I can go too. I haven't looked at his profile yet. Mommy man who works on the ranch, usually in his work clothes, but he dressed up nicely for court. What to propose and where? Present the perfume might be a timing problem, maybe.
Why not? I got nothing to lose.
Witness! What is it? Just to confirm, you say this bottle of perfume was brought from Malin by her father, correct? What else would it be for? I assure you Talon wasn't the type to indulge in perfumes. Far from it. Well, you're wrong, witness.
Oh, is that so? Was the ranch owner truly a perfume connoisseur?
No, Your Honor. This bottle of perfume was bought for the princess. Huh?
So what, defense? Sure, it's technically a contradiction, but what is the purpose of this bold change?
Yes, defense, I admit I'm confused as well. Please explain why this point is important.
Early in the trial, Malin mentioned that Talon brought this perfume in preparation at last minute. Isn't that right, Malin?
It sure is. We had a gift for the king prepared, and when the news arrived that it would be actually the princess making the visitation, Father quickly rode to town and get a new gift.
This info puts one thing into question. Talon's taste in gifts. Somebody's movements. Someone's movements around the ranch are put in serious doubt.
Someone's? Well, don't keep us waiting, then, defense. Who is this person?
Naturally, the person whose movement become a suspect is...
Ingo, I guess?
Unless it's Talon himself.
We can't really declare Talon.
Yeah, why not?
Take that! The witness himself! If you recall, this bottle of perfume, which just had been purchased, was found at the crime scene. A crime scene the witness supposedly never went to. He should have known about the bottle! Ah!
Order! The defense raises a very valid point.
You simpleton, what is the meaning of this?
Well, witness, did you go to the scene of the crime at any point? No, of course I didn't. I was working the silo all day. I remember I saw the gift the day before the crime. That girl was lying. Talon must have gotten the gift the day before. You're the one who's lying. Papa didn't leave the ranch at all that day.
One word against another. Defense. Do you have any way to prove your version of events is true?
Ask the store. Find the recipient. Smell the perfume. Why, we should just smell the perfume.
What?
All shall be revealed if we just smell it, Your Honor. If you would.
If you say so, defense. Here goes. Oh, it's quite lovely.
Seems like Talon had quite a nose to pick this one out.
Great. You got the coroner to smell Kiki Wee's behind. Now what? How does this prove anything, defense? Surely there's a purpose to this whole exercise.
That is, well, the smell is very strong, so the perfume can't be that old.
Perfumes have a longer shelf life than a couple of days, you idiot.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I was thinking of that to accomplish.
Well, the corn smells nicer, but that wouldn't get you out of this penalty.
Oh, this is just too good. Any other bright ideas? They had to, man. They had to. I couldn't resist. Alright.
When you buy something, usually you get a receipt, and the receipt always shows the date of purchase. It might still be at the ranch house. I say we send someone out to look for it. Papa never throws receipts away. We have a drawer full of them. The perfume one should be right on top.
I believe the idea has some merit. Soldiers, rush out to the ranch immediately and search for that receipt.
Your Honor!
Yes, what is it, soldier?
We found the receipt from the team stationed at the crime scene. Huh?
Very well, thank you. I shall now read it out.
There's a lot riding on this.
From Tingle's Mysterious Smells. Ah, yes, I think I've seen that store. It's that eccentric-looking place in the back alley.
You could have missed the blinding neon colors if you tried. It's an utter eyesore. The gall of this nobody running a monopoly on Hylian perfume is preposterous.
Perhaps, but back to the matter at hand.
The nerve of that dunderhead. Why would anyone ever shop at a store where the owner calls every other customer a fairy?
Prosecutor.
The balloons. Oh, the balloons. That fool popped one right in my face.
Prosecutor Dagmar, enough. Continuing on. Purchased item. 1 bottle of Rosy Rupert Land. Oh my. This is quite the price. Why, I would have to...
Your Honor, please. The date of the purchase.
Ah, yes, right. The date of the purchase. Why, it's March 16th, the day of the murder. Order.
Yes, we got him. Yeah, well, I think we're finally getting somewhere.
But this still doesn't mean anything. Perhaps the witness briefly went back to the ranch house for something and saw the bottle then.
Ah! Yes, that's it. I was getting thirsty, so I went back to get a drink. I must have seen the bottle then. Oh, come on. You think we're gonna believe that?
Do you have any proof that he didn't?
Well,
I believe this calls for a further testimony. As the witness now claims to have visited the crime scene shortly before the murder, we should learn of his exact movements that day.
Excellent.
Ha! My movements? Alright then. There's not a whole lot to say, though. It's unfortunate they managed to weasel out of that. But this next testimony will be full of lies. This is my chance.
Witness testimony. My non-suspicious movements.
As was already stated, I had volunteered to work in the silo. At one point, I briefly went back to the ranch house to get myself a glass of water. I went back to the silo right after, and stayed there until the courier came. I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. At some point, the detective came and told me what happened, and wow, was that detective a fine woman! See? I haven't done anything to warrant suspicion. Eat my shoes, you brat.
I'll pass.
There has to be something wrong in there. You can't put a flawless story together that quickly.
My non-suspicious movements.
What were you doing? Working on shipments and fulfilling orders. We sent out crates of milk to milk bars all across the kingdom. Every day, you know.
Milk bars?
Naturally, everyone loves a good drink, you know. And our milk is renowned as the best there is. I hear there's some of his warders tears down. Despicable.
I see. I think you said earlier that your job is to work on the structures and equipment, though.
Indeed. Tell and the girl usually be the ones overseeing the milk orders. However, since the royal visitation was happening that day, I felt they needed their minds unoccupied. So I took it upon myself to do it this time. After the murder, I got scared that the Sheikah Force investigation would delay the shipment, and that I, the great Ingo, would get the blame. Thankfully, it all went through fine.
Yeah, and you were so concerned, you set it off so quickly that you wrote the wrong delivery address on it.
Buh, you Hylians, ridiculous. Getting tipsy from something like milk. I bet you couldn't even handle a single sip of the Gerudo Noble Pursuit. A real man's drink.
A real man's drink? Aren't most of the Gerudo women?
Speaking of drinks, I believe the witness was talking about how he had gotten himself a glass of water.
Yes, of course. Moving all that heavy stuff around works up a sweat, you see. I got very thirsty and...
Do I put the, return thing now, or... I feel I should just keep pressing for the rest of the stuff first. See what shakes loose. You didn't think to take a sip of the milk you were handling?
No, it wouldn't be right. That milk was for customers, you see. I just didn't want to get into any trouble.
A truly honest man. How dare you suggest he would steal from his own workplace?
Right.
So, what did you see at the house? Nothing much. I got my drink and left. Still had a lot of work to do, you see. I suppose I must have seen the perfume bottle then. In fact, yes, I remember it clearly now. It was there on the table, plain as day.
Great.
What happened after that, witness?
I went back to the silo right after that, and stayed there until the courier came.
Hold it. There was a fire around this time. How were you able to complete this so quickly on your own?
Ah, you don't know that the might of the great Ingo. Hiya! Ha! Wow! Whang! I get things done in no time. I did almost break my back, though, getting those crates out of the silo, though. Oh, there were so many and all so heavy. It was like a puzzle in there. Anyway, that's not important. The point is,
That's because you have to like push the boxes to get to the cow in the back of the silo.
I haven't been back to the ranch house since at all then. Are you sure? As sure as can be. You never went back even after the crime was discovered? They wouldn't even let me in. Preserving the crime scene or some such. I couldn't even get my hands on any of my things. After I was questioned, no one gave me half a glance. I had to sleep in the stables that night. It was terrible. Is what he said important? It is. Your Honor, I would like the witness to add that last statement to his testimony. What? What are you trying to pull now?
Very well. Witness, please amend your statement.
Ah, fine, whatever. I didn't get any sleep or access to any of my belongings. I had to spend the night in the stable. Could you have stayed at an inn? Bah! What am I made of, honey? Think, boy! I'm just a simple ranch worker, you know. You liars, always flaunting your wealth. Right. Sorry. Not actually sorry. I doubt one night would bankrupt this guy. Just look at what he's wearing. At some point, the detective came and told me what happened. And wow, what the fine detective that woman was. Could you elaborate? She's a hard-working woman who gets to the point and takes whatever she wants. Not to mention her impeccable fashion sense. That's not to love. That's not the point I want him to elaborate on.
Wow, he seems totally smitten with her.
Sure does. I wonder how Impa feels about it. Perhaps when the char of a trial is over I could. But no, I will have to wait. You thought you could distract me, did you? I'm the genius ranch worker Ingo sees through your schemes.
He's sticking to the story, huh?
Yeah, it was a desperate fix, but it holds up surprisingly well.
I can hardly believe it. This is the same Mr. Ingo I know. He's usually so nice.
It's time to press for some more detail. He's sure to slip up somewhere. There has to be a piece of evidence or a profile waiting to disprove what he's saying.
A profile, you say?
I guess we can like press him for his clothes being nice. Did he kind of go to the ranch? Look at the last one. Oh yeah, he is wearing new clothes, so had to get his new clothes. Yeah, that makes sense. Present!
Witness, there's something seriously wrong with your testimony. Yeah? What? What are you talking about? You said you couldn't get to any of your belongings because they were all at the ranch house, correct? A ranch house you were not allowed to go in. That's right. Well, that would imply you should still be wearing your work clothes. Pardon me if I'm wrong, but those don't look like work clothes at all.
The defense has a point. The witness appears pretty well dressed for court. I can't imagine he'd want to sell you those clothes during work.
Well, what do you have to say about that? Grrr. Oh, of course. I can explain, it's simple. These are brand new, yes. On the way to the courthouse, I went shopping for a nice new outfit. After all, I couldn't very well show up to court dressed like a bum.
Yes, that makes sense. Yes, defense. Certainly people have a modicum of respect for the court and show up dressed appropriately.
What's that supposed to mean? This is my finest Zora suit. You claim you brought these clothes after the crime, is that correct? Very much so. This morning, in fact. Why do I need to repeat myself?
Do I accept this explanation? Of course not.
You buying clothes today is simply impossible. What?
Oh, how can you claim so? Defense, as you know, evidence is everything in court. Either prove the witness couldn't have bought these clothes today, or get out. Alright. What do I have that proves that he couldn't wear these today? I wanted to bring up like the evidence before saying he didn't have enough money to like go to the thing, but I don't know where that would be in the list of things. His alibi? Alright, let's have a look at his alibi. Where is his alibi? The milk shipment? Is that his alibi, I guess? I mean, we know we got the return thing, but... maybe. I assume we would have had to be there to receive the return. That'd be my guess. Why not?
This proves you couldn't have bought the clothes.
I must admit, I don't see the connection here.
Bah, there is none. The fence is simply wasting our time as usual.
I have need to be worried. God, I need to rethink this.
As you know, evidence is the only thing in court, alright? Alright, what do we got, man? What do we got? I mean, do we do the milk shipment one, maybe? I assume it's all the same day, right? Alright, well, whatever. We either lose or we lose. Who cares?
There's no way you could have bought this clothes today because of this.
I told you stop wasting your time.
I think that's enough. I haven't seen enough to announce the verdict at this time. Defense has failed to establish attorney.
And then we failed.
As such, I pronounce the battle on the Longmont Ranch guilty. The defendant shall submit himself to the king and have her fate decided. This court is adjourned.
Well, Malin did it. Confirmed. Retry last scene, yeah. Alright, I'll be right back. Use the toilet quickly. Then we'll get it right this time. Alright. Work stated, volunteer work. Oh, we're back at this point, okay. Hey Ben, how you doing? Is this 8th attorney? Pretty much.
You never went back even after the crime was discovered? Ah, they wouldn't let me in. Preserving the crime scene or some such. I couldn't even get any of my things. After I was questioned, no one even gave me half a glance. I had to sleep in the stables that night. It was terrible.
Is what he said important?
Alright, we can just fast forward to the right sea. That was like one other thing that we had to like get the extension on. Which was the other one? This one? I was going for it all. I'm surprised it didn't go from like the perfume bit, but I guess the game's very generous. How's the game been? It's been good. Been good. Maybe somehow staying in the stables leads to fire, maybe. Ah, good, we did it again. Alright. I've been back to the ranch since. And we go to the profiles. Frozen. Alright, how do we go about this? Do I accept this explanation? I feel like I shouldn't, but I don't know what we can like jacuzzi him with to like slip him up about it. It doesn't seem like any of this is useful. Are there multiple cases? Well, I think there is at least a second case, but I think it's mostly just this first case. I think the other case is a bit more of a shorter one. Maybe the idea is he really couldn't get his stuff and he just wore this outfit already because he wasn't working. Could be. Do I accept the explanation? Sure. The defense accepts this explanation. Excellent. Then this farce of a trial is about to come to a long drawn conclusion. Now the ranch will be testimony to be accepted by both the prosecutor and defense. It's time to announce the verdict. Oh. Very well. In that case, I declare defendant. Okay. Actually, I ever consider my stance as a witness? Foolishness. Once again, you waste our court's valuable time in the Circus Act. The prosecution and sense of defense be penalized. Indeed. Consider your statements before making them. Now then, defense. Is there a problem? Well, I guess there must be a problem. You buying those clothes today is simply impossible. Alright, we have to give him something then. Alright. Well, let's present the fire. Assuming he burns his old clothes. This proves you couldn't have brought the clothes.
I must admit, I don't see the connection here.
It's not the oil, apparently. How can we prove they didn't buy the clothes today? Judge voice is good. You thought it was in game at first, yeah.
I am very good old man voice. It's one of my best.
I mean, I don't think this photograph would have anything about it, but maybe because his clothes in the photo match, so therefore he didn't. Yes, that's it. We worked it out. I'd like to turn the court's attention to this. Ah.
Oh, why, this is one lovely pictograph. Oh, it reminds me of the ideal days. What's this pictograph defense?
Well, just look at what Ingo is wearing.
I did play that out myself earlier. I just forgot about it.
This photo is from Malon's childhood, but Ingo is very clearly wearing the same outfit he has on right now. He couldn't have worn it today.
Order! I will have order! Why, the defense is absolutely correct. I hope the witness has a good explanation for this.
There! I think we finally got him. There's no way he can weasel out this time. Oh, unless someone weasels out for him.
Oh, isn't it obvious? Naturally, the witness knew he would need to wear his nice clothes for the royal visitation that was scheduled for that day. He bought them to the silo in advance so he could quickly change it just before the royal visitation arrived.
Oh! Yes, of course. I need to be presentable after all. I can't look like a bum in front of the most important people in the kingdom. Wait a minute, this is insane. What kind of kangaroo court is this? The prosecution keeps making excuses up on the spot. Ingo is clearly lying about buying the clothes before the trial. He's definitely trying to hide something, yeah? Your Honor, surely you won't accept his blatant perjury.
Accepted, Judge. There could be no other explanation.
The prosecution explanation does hold weight.
What?
However, the fact that the witness didn't simply say it himself and instead made up a lie about buying the clothes is indeed very suspicious.
Ugh.
Defense. The prosecution has posed that there is no other possible explanation for this contradiction. What is your opinion on the matter? Can the defense think of an alternate version of events?
This is big. I really need to think this through. Ingo is acting suspicious right now. He's desperately trying to patch up holes in his testimony to conceal his real movements. Why would he be doing that? Ingo has a wardrobe at the silo. Ingo is the victim. Ingo is the murderer. If it's not Malon, Ingo's the only other person who could have done this. I have to assume he did it, if I want to think Malon is innocent. With that in mind, why would Ingo change out of his work clothes? What happened to make it necessary? Talon got blood on them.
They were eaten by a cow, that's clearly it. Eaten by a cow.
When Ingo killed Talon, his clothes must have got blood on them. He managed to change into something else to hide their involvement. But then wouldn't the Sheikah Force have found the clothes in the house? How could they have disappeared?
They were thrown in the fire, obviously. Oh man, what a cutscene. What a cutscene.
Ingo burned his clothes.
That's it! This explains everything! I believe I can offer an alternate explanation.
Nonsense. Judge, the defense has spent far too long sitting in silence just now. They clearly have nothing. I call for a quick ruling.
And not only can I explain it, but in fact, the defense formally accuses the witness of murder! It's simple. The reason he had to swap his outfit, and why he's been lying about his circumstances ever since, is because he got stained in the victim's blood.
Preposterous. If there were any discarded bloody clothes nearby, the Sheikah Force would have found them. We'd be trying someone else for murder right now.
Well, you're absolutely correct, prosecutor. Naturally, Ingo couldn't have left his bloody clothes lying around. And so, he used this to dispose of them. Your Honor, cast your mind to the princess's last testimony.
The princesses? Ah, that mysterious fire.
Surely you jest. You yourself made sure we all knew how meaningless her testimony was.
And yet, with this new context in mind, it gained completely new meaning. The bottle of empty lamp oil found by a burned out fire. Ingo used his lamp oil to quickly burn away his stained war clothes. Well, how about it, witness? My scenario explains everything. You killed Talon and tried to hide it. This is... No. Hold on. What drivel are you spouting here? Me? Kill Talon? Oh, you already know that's impossible.
But I have a motive. Just won't let me imply it yet.
Too busy for murder. Everything you said is wrong. No idea what you're on about. An alibi for the time of the crime. I just couldn't have done it. There's no way you could have completed those milk shipments, killed Talon, and tried to hide my involvement. The fire was just made for a quick breakfast. There is no mystery here. Stop trying to pin this on poor innocent Ingo.
I mean, he's got a point, man. It was clearly just his breakfast.
Now, I shouldn't have to remind you, defense, but you yourself were surprised that Ingo was able to complete the shipment in time. Adding even more things for him to do in that time is preposterous.
That's right, the great Ingo is efficient at his job, but not all that efficient. But not that efficient, my bad. No, it had to have been him. I'm sure of it. There must be some trick at play here. Some kind of shortcut. I must find it.
Doing a cutscene like that is very Danganronpa-esque. I haven't played those games either. I did play reading the Assassination Classroom there. It's a good manga.
Everything you said is wrong. I have no idea what you're on about. Would it really take that long to murder someone and burn some clothes?
It would have taken long enough to definitely make this scheme infeasible.
Completing these shipments is a rather involved process. You have to milk the cows, clean the bottles, pour the milk into them, put them in the crates, load those onto a wagon. I love working with the cows, but that part takes the longest because you only get a little at a time. So Mr. Ingo said the whole thing doesn't really take a while. Barbara and I usually have to work together to get it done in time for the courier's arrival.
There you go, defense. Your own client knows the unshakable truth.
Okay, there's no way you can complete the shipment and also do the killing. In case, there had to be some way for the fish to work faster. I just have to find it. Ah, but you did though. Did you really complete those shipments properly?
Defense, I shouldn't have to remind you that the Sheikah Force checked those boxes thoroughly. They were definitely full of milk bottles.
Oh, I'm sure of it. It looked that way. What are you getting at, defense? Here you go, Your Honor.
Oh, milk for me? What, are you trying to bribe the judge now? I didn't think you would stoop this low. The Crown will be informed of this.
Oh, it's nothing like that. I'm just asking His Honor to try tasting the milk. Just one little slip.
This is highly irregular, but I do love milk. But to be honest, I could use a drink. All this talking does make one's throat dry, you know.
I know the feeling, Judge.
You've probably talked the least out of everyone here, though.
Since the defense insists, I'll go ahead and take a sip. Is this what passes for milk these days? It almost tastes like water.
Water? I have to agree. This definitely is not the standard milk. As we've heard from the princess and the detective, Lon Lon Ranch is renowned for the quality of its products. But there's no way people would say that about milk this lousy.
Bah, whatever. As if unwashed masses would know the difference between quality and garbage. Where are you going with this defense?
It's simple, you see. I received this bottle from Detective Impa, still unopened during the first recess. As we know, there were no milk shipments today, so it must have come as one of Ingo's shipments from yesterday.
Oh,
It's true, Ingo couldn't have murdered Talon and also completed the shipments on his own. Unless he cheated. Ingo watered down the milk to get the shipment's own time.
Order. Yes, I suppose that would work.
Indeed. All I had to do was milk fuel of the cows to save enough time without ruining the taste too much. I guess he used a 50-50 split of water and milk. He says, no. That I tell him.
let me stop you right there.
Huh?
I will concede that something odd happened to that shipment, but all you have proven, that is, Ingo is a slacker.
How dare you?
Be quiet, you mongrel. Sure, Ingo watered down the milk. That doesn't make him a killer, though, does it?
Well, no. But we do know he definitely could have done it. We know he did go to the crime scene. And we know he did have time and opportunity to kill Malin as well.
Yet, there is one vital element missing. His motive.
What?
Let me put it in simple terms so even an idiot like you can understand.
Rebuttal.
The murder weapon. You lack the murder weapon. If Ingo was the murderer, then it couldn't have been the saw.
Yeah, he's got a good point there. I don't have the murder weapon. Or do I?
I mean, I can present the murder weapon again and just say it was clean. I mean, I think he killed him with a milk bottle, but that's just me.
What do you think of this statement, Your Honor?
What do I think of it? What do you ask?
Well, I have the evidence here.
Don't listen to the judge. That evidence has nothing to do with what's being discussed.
Don't worry, I do that. Attorneys always seem to ask what they think. We have no idea what they're talking about.
The ranch inventory, you reckon? We haven't used it yet. But they checked them all there. I guess it was written by Matt on Ingo on the date, probably. Nope. Apparently not, apparently not. And here it is, a shiny new penalty. Alright, well.
And why is that?
It's simple. If the girl's story about working the fence is true, then she was using the saw while her pop was being murdered. It couldn't have been in two places at the same time.
I do agree with this. Do I agree with this?
I guess so.
I believe we're in agreement at this point.
You realize the problem that creates for you, right?
I'm sure it can all be explained.
As if. But very well then, let's move on.
Why, nothing else could have been a murder weapon either. Where would the supposed of a murder weapon have even come from?
Couldn't he have used any old thing?
We've answered the question, Defense, so this question is over.
No need to overthink this. Anyway, Ingo could have got a weapon for him to do. Worry about exact details later.
Alright, now we can use that.
Have you forgotten this murder happened on a ranch? There are plenty of sharp things on the site.
That's simply impossible. We checked all the sharp objects in the ranch and searched everywhere. No fresh blood was found anywhere.
Couldn't Ingo have just whacked it off?
Blood leaves traces. It's not that easy to get rid of. People like us aren't so sensitive, but other beings like Zoras can easily tell by smell. Naturally, the Sheikah Force employs people just for this task. Also, Lon Lon Ranch focuses on selling horses and milk. The animals there aren't regularly butchered, and so there's no good reason why the tools would have fresh blood on them. Any such implement would have stood out like a sore thumb.
Well, I guess that's a good point. I may have to rethink this. Couldn't Ingo have just hidden it?
But the kingdom's best investigators were on the case. We found no signs of anything buried on the premises. And even if Ingo skipped a part of his work, he still would have had time to hide anything very far from the ranch. He may be an idiot, but do you really think he would have risked the weapon being found?
Now, listen here.
Silence.
Ah! Well, I guess he's got a good point. I may have to rethink this.
I mean, you could have hidden it in the orders, right? I feel. I know they didn't find anything there, but maybe we could say he burnt the weapon. He really doesn't have a good point in that. I mean, I can't press him, so all I can say is never mind. So now this is the motive one, so we don't want to use that one yet. It won't even let me present this anyway. Alright, well. I guess all we can say is never mind.
Couldn't Ingo have just what? Spit it out.
Sorry, I'm still collecting my thoughts.
Do all the collecting you want, it won't change the facts.
What does the oil bottles say? Maybe they burnt the blood somehow? Yeah, but I don't think it'd be the case. Found the ranch near the burnt out fire. Has a tiny bit of oil inside. Unless we say the burnt weapon was the... No, it's still a complete bottle.
What could it be?
The rag? rag, you reckon? Alright, we'll apply the rag. Leave a fail we win. Yeah, doesn't work.
I must say, I can't see safe and clear there.
But and if it's clear as your incompetence. No. We'll get back here fast enough.
Guilty.
Oh, let's try again, try again. This one. Destroy argument 1, destroy argument 2, up to argument 3, hooray.
Could Ingo just disposed of it in some way?
It's impossible, you see. No items were from the ranch inventory were missing. And that list is indisputable.
How can you be so sure the inventory is accurate?
But use your head. There was a royal visitation scheduled for that day. The rancher needed everything in order to be in order. He would have double, even triple checked the list he wrote.
I suppose he would have, but...
Now we put the ranch list again.
The inventory list itself is false.
Oh, fascinating. What exactly makes you question the veracity of this document?
That would be...
The inventory itself.
It's simple. You only need to take a brief look at the inventory to see it can't be trusted.
You can't just go around making general statements, defense. Point out exactly what the inventory mistake is. Alright, it's time to use that mouse. Alright, I don't know how to use the mouse properly. This is where you could use the Nintendo 64 mouse, but it doesn't seem to be working too well. Let me try and get it working. Alright, head away. Head away. Make this work. I want to use the mouse, damn it. That didn't work. Maybe that time out. I mean, if it's part of the game mechanics, I won't be able to use the mouse, man. Absolutely, maybe. I know we don't need to use this, man. I really don't. Maybe I like plug in the N64 mouse here. Oh, maybe because it's not plugged. Let's try plug. There we go. Save. Ah, sorry about this thing. Alright, I don't know how to use the mouse. I give up on it.
Take that. Just look here. The one who compiled this list was Ingo himself. He could have easily falsified the counts. That's part of his plan.
Oh. That doesn't matter. Nothing could have left the ranch.
Wouldn't Ingo have just been able to throw the item out over the fence?
But obviously we searched the perimeter of the ranch as well. Nothing was found anywhere.
This is the most important point. Has nothing really been able to leave?
Oh, we know something left.
Are you really sure nothing left the ranch? What about a few little shipments of milk?
Preposterous. Have you forgotten that said shipments were checked by the Sheikah force before they were allowed to leave?
That's true, but there was a place the Sheikas could have overlooked.
What in Din's name are you blabbering about? We're talking about bog standard crates here, boy. Not exactly vast dungeons full of nooks and crannies to stuff things into, are they? Where could they have missed a murder weapon?
It's simple. They overlooked the crates themselves.
Maybe.
The killer used a big chunk of wood to kill the victim, then nailed the crates to conceal it.
No, the weapon was definitely metal. No bit of lumber could create a wound like that. Plus, if the murder weapon was wooden, he wouldn't have just burned it all together to close and show we'd never find it.
Ah, right.
Your friend, your entire argument hinges on this point, you know. Try to think your answer through a bit more carefully next time.
Alright, fine. We'll go with my simple explanation. It's the bottles themselves. Stay with the murder weapon.
There's one place inside the crates the Sheikahs couldn't have checked thoroughly without ruining the shipments.
Without ruining the shipments? Oh!
That's right. Ingo put the murder weapon inside one of the bottles to conceal it from the search.
That does seem plausible. Now wait just a moment. A weapon in a milk bottle? Wouldn't have just gone unnoticed. Someone would have reported it.
How can you be so sure?
Do you even know how much milk an average milk bar uses every day? All those shipments have most certainly been completely used up by now. Someone drinking that from a bottle would have found it for sure, choked on it even if they took a large swig. I would not be such a huge scandal.
Well, he's right about that, but he's missing some vital information.
Oh, that must mean we did it. We solved the case.
You wound up being correct that a weapon showing up in someone's milkshake would cause quite a stir. If the milk was ever actually made into any milk bar, that is.
Huh?
You see, I overheard a very interesting tale during the recess. Word was sent from the ranch not long ago that one of the shipments was returned unopened due to being misaddressed. Ah, no! Indeed. If you recall, Ingo was the one who handled all that. Now that's strange. The ranch supplies the same milk bars every day. Even if he had messed up the street address a little, the couriers would have known the shipment was meant to go. How could he have bungled it that badly? It's almost as if he didn't want anyone receiving a bottle of milk with a murder weapon in it. Whoa! I bet Ingo expected this box to stay in the shipping limbo a while longer. How unfortunate for him that the postal service was on its game today. Maybe because they were worried inside the smell.
I believe this caused us to investigate these boxes of milk more closely. Soldiers, have these boxes retrieved from the ranch immediately.
Argument complete.
All right, we did it, boys.
You thought the weapon would end up being wooden and be a chunk of fence, since it would explain why Marilyn had to repair the fence?
Possibly, possibly.
Grrr. Harry, this is slander. Why would I kill Talon? Sorry's a bit of a layabout, but he did give me a job. Why would I want him dead?
The motive? That's simple. Why, I'm surprised you're even asking about it.
Huh?
The evidence easily explains your evidence. The very inheritance document you brought to the court's attention states the following. In case of the tester's death, his daughter, Malin of Longmont Ranch, will inherit the ranch, unless she is unable to oversee it, in which case it shall be divided between the crown and the remaining employees.
Oh.
I tried to bring this up way earlier.
What?
Not only did you kill Talon, but decided to frame Malin for the crime as well, so you would be the one to inherit upon the ranch. That's why you volunteered to work in the silo all day. It gave you an alibi so that Malin would be the only one possible culprit. Of course, you knew about the royal visitation in advance. You knew Malin would go back to the ranch house to prepare before they arrived. A perfect setup for the royals to find her next to the body.
No, no, no! What are you talking about? Talon signing the ranch over to me?
Prosperous. Did he really not know? I guess it was Dragmire who procured the actual document, not him. Your Honor!
What is it, soldier?
The box you requested is here.
Already? That was quite fast. I heard it takes 20 minutes to get here from there.
Apparently the team at the ranch had already knows something awry with it on their own. The box arrived just as we were about to rush out a courier to deliver our message. Well, well, well. Let's see for ourselves then, shall we? The part of the shipment that proves my case is...
This one with the blood in it. No, man, it's almost an eats free over here. With the N64 mouse going again.
There it is. Here it is from the bottle with a slight red to the tint to the milk. Looks like some kind of serrated knife. That explains the irregular wound pretty nicely.
How could those Sheikah idiots have missed this?
I'm sure the milk was pure white when they first checked it. It took a whole day for the blood to dissolve in it. Either way, no matter how you slice it, this proves my theory right.
Rubble, 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 rubble.
Grrr. Oh, fine, I've had it. Fine, fine, fine. You wanna know why? You wanna know why? I really killed that scumbag.
No, what are you...
So, you admit it?
Yes, I admit it. What would you do if one day after years of backbreaking labor, despite putting your all into the ranch, you were thrown away like rubbish, without any reason, fired? Farewell, we don't need you anymore.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
Ha ha! Don't lie, I heard it all. I was just returning back from another day of spine-wrenching work. And lo and behold, what's this? Melon and Talon are talking behind my back. I heard it all. We're letting him go after the visitation. We can handle things without him. And so, after volunteering to work on that shipment, I quietly slipped out while the girl was busy and shaked the good-for-nothing slacker. You should have seen his face. He didn't expect it at all. So yes, Malin, I killed that lazy bum you called a father. And he deserved it.
But that argument wasn't about you, Ingo. It was about Epona.
Order! The witness will cease his blustering over such a terrible deed. I think I've heard enough. Soldiers, take him away.
Wait a moment. Ingo. Yes, girl? Want to apologize for what you've done?
Apologize? Me? You're horrible. We weren't planning to fire you at all. You were completely misunderstanding what we were saying.
What?
We've had so much work recently.
Well, you know how it goes with the royal visits.
Always busy time.
Always busy time. Gotta make sure everything's in tip-top shape. I do worry somewhat about that old Ingo. He's been complaining about his back recently. Do wish you'd take a step back and relax sometimes.
Maybe we should convince him to take a vacation.
Now there's an idea. It'd do him good to just get out for a while. I'll discuss it with him after the visitation. Oh, maybe it's the opposite way. I mean, after things calm down, we can handle everything without him. Damn, dude.
That's... You were planning what? A vacation for me? And I did no! No, it can't be so! Please say it isn't so!
Why is there a chicken in this car? Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. Third question, third question. All the chickens doing nut shots, yeah, certainly targeting. Certainly targeting.
We have witnessed today's results. A truly horrifying misunderstanding. But misunderstanding or not, what you have done is unforgivable.
Tal was a kind man, beloved by all who had the good fortune to cross his path. His loss will be felt not only by the ranch, but all across Hyrule.
The killer turned out to be an utterly pathetic man with delusions of grandeur. I mean, look at him. An utter idiot dressed like a clown. Poor Inge.
Geez, he's really laying into him. I bet he's upset because he lost.
The prosecution's rant aside, I think it's time to declare today's verdict. This is just a formality, but will the defendant please step up to the stand? Young miss, I'm very sorry for the situation you have found yourself in. I am very glad you appear to have such a good attorney as a friend.
I wouldn't have chosen anyone else.
Ah, thanks.
Now, without further ado, in the name of Goddess Hylia and the secret land of Hyrule, I hereby find Malon of Lon Lon Ranch not guilty.
And the crowd goes wild.
Court is adjourned.
Alright, 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 alright. March 17, 12:32 p.m. Hyrule Grand Court. Defendant, lobby number 3.
We did it.
I suppose so.
I guess Ingo's outburst kind of soured the mood, huh?
I don't think I could ever forgive Mr. Ingo for what he's done.
That's fair enough, honestly. Really, though, you shouldn't think about that right now. You're free. It's time to celebrate.
I guess you're right. Excellent work. I knew you'd pull through.
Oh, thanks. I couldn't have done it without you, really. No, thank you.
Now it's
That's not quite right. If you want to thank someone, I'm not the one who deserves it most. Huh? Your Highness? I thought you were going back to Hyrule Castle. What strings did Emperor have to pull to get her here? I was... but I realized I should apologize for what I did personally. It's an honor. There's no need to bow. Not after what I've done. Really, if not for my status, I would have probably been carried up to prison alongside that angry little man. Perjury, that's pretty serious, so that's not entirely wrong. As usual, you don't give yourself enough credit, Your Highness. How can you say that, Detective? I almost condemned an innocent person to prison. Yes, but there are some things you should think twice about doing in the future. It's all thanks to you that the young lady over there finally went free. Huh? Come on, attorney. Show Her Highness what I'm talking about.
Why, it was the perfume bottle.
The bottle? Well, it's true. Without this, or without knowing about the fire, we wouldn't have had any proof to substantiate our claims. And really, your obviously false testimony helped us. Impa just stepped on my foot. Well, there you have it. In any case, I'm sure Miss Malin isn't too upset. Well, sure?
Turn up! We have orders to escort the princess back to the castle immediately.
Just in time. Farewell, Your Highness. And so they left. Now then, listen to me. I know that I'm perhaps being too lenient on the princess, but tough times are ahead. The princess will need all the confidence she can get to lead the kingdom freedom. She needs to learn to take responsibility for her actions too, though. Oh, and she will. Huh? Her Highness is in for a rather unpleasant afternoon today, I imagine. The urgency with which she just has been escorted out of here isn't coincidental. Oh. What? The king is going to scold her? At the very least. Now then. My duties call, unfortunately, so I must be off. Again, you did very well today, both of you. I trust that I'll be able to rely on you in the future court proceedings as well. I'll try my best. That's all I ask. That unpleasant prosecutor seems to be making his way over there, so I'll be excusing myself post-haste. Farewell. How you doing, Jimbo Slim? Uh-oh.
You.
Never seen Gandalf from front on like this. He's got giant ears, man.
Hello, nice day we're having, isn't it?
Tell me now, where did that blasted detective go? To have my reputation tarnished this way by some novice attorney from the boonies.
Dramatic much? He looks like he's ready to burst from anger. Don't make such a sore loser. You lost. Deal with it. Yeah, we got the right verdict. Doesn't that make you a little bit glad?
Yes, I suppose there's somewhere from that.
Ah!
What transpired is most unfortunate. I can only offer my condolences. Just remember that it was the meddling of that idiotic princess and the stupidity of that blasted detective that led to your arrest. So if you have any grievances, take it up with them.
I suppose there's some truth to what he's saying.
Speaking of the detective, it appears she fled from me like a cuckoo on fire. Mark my words, she will regret what she's done for generations.
Does Gandalf have a mask on his foot there the whole time?
Well, that show was something. I don't know if he was being sincere or just trying to shift the blame onto someone else. I wouldn't say he's entirely blameless. Never mind that. Do you think you'll be alright running the ranch by yourself? Of course I'll come visit, but I have my attorney duties too.
I'll get in touch with the castle. See if they can spare some men to work at the ranch. Silly as Papa may have seemed, he really did prepare for me to take over one day, and he's taught me well. I'll make sure the animals are well cared for, just as I always have.
That's the spirit. I believe in you.
I really want to thank you for bringing the truth to light. If it wasn't for you, I don't even want to think about what could have happened.
Don't mention it. I'm glad everything worked out in the end. And so, ended a very personal case for me. It felt like a weight had been lifted off my back. Mal continued working at the ranch, hoping to make it prosper even beyond what I thought before it was able to accomplish. I didn't really think much about it, but the days following were some of the happiest I lived for a long time. Little did I know a terrible tragedy would soon shock the entire kingdom, and I'd find myself smack dab in the middle of it. But that's a legend for another day.
We did it, boys. Hero of Law. Now there should be a secret extra case, which is found by using the transfer pack to transfer GB data across. There's meant to be like a hint somewhere that tells you what it is. I do vaguely know what it is because I'm pretty sure it's like one of the season games. The seasons and ages. I know about the extras, nice, yeah. I was reading it on the Discord before the game. I even played the game. It was like, well, there seems to be something else going on here. I better read up on it. And so I did. It's a shame I couldn't get the N64 mouse to work though. A lot of people tend to miss them. That's alright. I cheat. That's how I don't miss stuff. I just don't know how to really get it to work though. That's the main thing. I knew that snowman penguin guy was something suspicious. Ah, Jimbo Slim right there. You did 2D art, I see. I see. I got the connections. I see your name. You did the utmost animations. You did a good job, man. A real good job. Some might say a fantastic job. Boingo.
I regret my actions. Every last bit.
The music was super good. Kudos to Roadrunner and Meeple. Tool programming, yeah, all those tools. I'll eventually learn how to use some of the tools. Oh, Zelda's murder. Oh, she was angry with the king. Great using OOT NPC Maker. Those guards in the background, they're the ones that have no back to them. Look at that kitty cat. Don't remember any kitty cats in OOT or Majora's Mask. There's dogs, no kitty cats though. The Link yelling has definitely done a number of my voice. I can feel it being more dazzled. Poor voice.
Mushrooms? Why would you play mushrooms on them? Special thanks to Legend of Ocarina of Time stuff. Good for them.
I take an emulator game? Yeah. Using the Project EM. One that was recommended. I got the... Where is it? Read me here. It was down, wasn't it? Project EM. I couldn't get the mouse to work though. The N64 mouse. I tried. That's gonna get it working.
Ah, thanks to us for playing, of course. And you guys are watching.
Alright, now try working out how to do this transfer pack thing. Expected to be hit near the end here, but I guess we have to reset for it. Alright. Let's exit that. Input settings. So I assume we want to go to this. We're going to transfer back raw data. Do we need like a specific save? I don't have to restart, just need to unlock the extra one first? Okay. Well, hopefully that didn't cause any problems. I'm sure it'll be fine, right? Hopefully. Seeing extras. Extra one, meanwhile somewhere else, okay. I see it. Super Talon game! Alright. I'm playing Super Mario. Let's go! God. God. Good thing I'm a professional at platformers. Super good. Definitely not bad at platformers. Alright, so we still lined up in the window, right? Yeah, we're still good. And then we got time. So we gotta push into the wall to do it, okay. Worked it out, worked it out. No! -1 talent on it. Alright, we got this, we got this. It's gonna be the next half an hour, pretty much. I can feel it. I can feel it being the next half hour. Oh man. I got this, I got this. Doesn't help that if you ever see my Super Mario World stream, I'm incredibly bad. Even though this isn't like super tough platforming. No! You guess doing save states to get for it. I got this, I got this, I got this. Got impatient? Only a little bit impatient, only a little bit. Wait for it. No impatience here. You have plenty of time. Oh, that worked, that worked. Wait for it, wait for it. Alright, we did it, boys. We got to the mushroom. That's why he had mushrooms on his grave. Because he loved them.
Wow, we needed one of those, thanks. In return, I'll tell you about a secret I heard. Supposedly, there's a game within a giant egg in which you become a criminal.
Alright.
And a pair of games of climate change and time travel. They say that extras can be unlocked by connecting them on the title screen using a certain accessory. Now, I don't know what that means, but I'm sure you can figure it out. See ya.
Thanks, Talon. Alright. I now have to get access to these ROMs. 1 second. I mean, I already have access to these ROMs. I wouldn't be using any sort of suspicious hardware. No, no, no. I would never. I would always have access to Oracle of Seasons and Ages. I also definitely know how to spell Oracle. I definitely didn't misspell it.
I assume it doesn't matter which ones they are. I'll get the Game Boy Color. I mean the American one. Because I'm using the American OAT. And then we need Song of the Bird. What was that one called? Zelda Song, maybe? And that was like Songbird or something. What was it called? Link's Awakening, that's it. Link's Awakening. I assume it doesn't matter if it's a Game Boy Color one or a non-Game Boy Color one. We'll go with the normal one. Alright. Did that one go in? I definitely didn't just download these now. No, no, no. I always had them. I always had them all along. One there. Here. We go system. Input. Controller pack. Transfer. I assume it's just the raw data, right? God, why would it be a random window? No, not that one. No, not that drive. This one? There it is. What? Oh, it's this one. Oops, my bad. Got too many drives, I tell you. Too many drives. Alright, here we go. Start Link's Awakening. Can't open this one. Null save file. So it needs to have a save file? Yeah, new. We have save files apparently. Region doesn't matter, okay. I would have thought I would have had one next because it's next for the official Zeldas I haven't done yet. Yeah. You don't need one, but it's better to have one. Alright, well. Good thing I got a Game Boy emulator. I can make a save file somehow. Alright, where's my GBA thing? This one? Yeah, that's Visual Boy. I don't remember where this makes save files. So I think it just makes it straight in the thing, right? Open Game Boy. Where is it? Where is it? I think just like starting one make a save file, right? I don't have inputs. 1 second. It's probably like expecting a PlayStation controller because I think that's the last time I used it. Where is it? No, that's not it.
Where are inputs here? Here it is, input. There you go. Okay. Oops. Up, down, left, right. A, B, L, R, select, start. E. There we go. You got AA. Alright. Did that make a copy? Oh, that one. Yeah, made a copy there. Alright, good. We got a save file. Input. Alright. Let's see if that worked. Nope. What if I hit save? Have to do a hard reset? Okay. Try it out, man. Need to first get to town and rob the dude? Make a save file up there? Shit. Oops, I had to continue and save it. Damn it. We hit the wrong button. Yep. Dang it. Need like a fast forward button. Oh, well, we'll get there. We'll get there. Do you like bonus extras for having robbed the guy, I guess? Accessing transfer pack. There we go. We got extra free turnabout thief. Alright, alright. This case involves spoilers for Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Progress for the story will overwrite your current progress for the main story of Hero of Law. Continue? Yeah, go. Dialogue changes depending on the name, tunic color, and whether or not you die to the shopkeeper. Ah. This case works best if Link is a thief in your Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening save file. Please insert a Link's Awakening DX game pack into your transfer pack. Press A once you've done so. No saves are marked as thief. Continue anyway. Yeah, why not? We'll do another playthrough later. We're just gonna check out the extras, not gonna go deep in them. June 6th, at 2:17 a.m. Hyrule Grand Court, courtroom number 7. Why is it so early in the morning? Exit 2 is much shorter, okay. I'll just start this one and I'll probably get back to Extra 2. I assume that would be one of the Ages games, which I gotta do a save file for.
Phew, I made it in time, I guess. Still no clue on why on earth they called me in this ungodly hour. Huh? You?
Yes, me. I don't like being woken up at 2 a.m. either, believe me. I really hope that old fool has a good explanation for this.
Old fool? You mean the judge?
I see you both already here. Splendid. I hope this wasn't too much of an inconvenience for you.
You don't need a save file for the Oracle ones? Okay.
That remains to be seen. What could possibly be so important
about this burglary case to warrant this kind of urgency?
Case? We're doing a trial?
You mean you haven't been told, defense? Oh dear, my apologies. I suppose I did order the spoilers not to tell anyone about what happened. They must have interpreted that a bit too literally. But that's fine, I guess. Secrecy is paramount here.
Yes. Having an entire entourage of Hylian soldiers arriving at the Gerudo Fortress in the middle of the night was the pinnacle of stealth. No one knows. It's a secret to everybody.
Hold it. Wait a moment. I can't just defend someone off the cuff like this. That'd be incredibly unfair to the defendant.
Oh, doubting your skills.
As much as I'd like to agree with you, the defense has no choice in the matter. This trial will happen this very moment.
Well, get on with it then, old man. What's this about?
Right, yes, of course. Let me start from the beginning. A few hours ago, I was finishing my daily ablutions when a great light appeared within my chambers. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. The night literally became day before my eyes. And that wasn't all. People started to come out of the light. I was shaken with fear. One of those people claimed to be the goddess herself, Hylia. I don't know why she wanted to watch me pee, but... What? I know, and believe me, I was as flabbergasted as you were. The goddess proceeded to explain in another world, one of her chosen heroes had been severely punished for committing some terrible deed. She decided that someone else should determine whether this punishment was just or not, to ensure her own biases would not affect the outcome. Our own world was chosen as the best candidate to make this judgment.
Well, that confirms parallel Zelda theories, right?
Oh, okay. This is a joke, right? There's no way any of this is true. This is insane!
Yes, it seems the judge has completely lost his marbles. Clearly, his age has finally caught up with him. I will be filing appropriate notices as soon as I can. At very least, we can both get back to sleep quickly.
That's true.
I believe I know of just the way to convince you to. Soldiers, please call in the defendant.
The defendant? What the? Huh?
Alright, there we go.
The defense?
Defense?
Oh, what happened?
We don't have time to watch you pass out. Get yourself together.
Oh, right. That's what happened.
Well, defense, are you convinced now?
I guess I can't deny it, can I? That's definitely me. Younger, wilder perhaps, but sure enough, I guess so.
Excellent. In that case, let's formally begin. This court is now in session of Trial A. The Thief of Covalent Island.
Your Honor, you can't just declare him defeat from the get-go.
No, of course not. I have his name written down right here. It seems I'm just unable to say it.
Fascinating. A curse of sorts. I assume this is the punishment we'll decide on is just or not.
Just? How could this be just? To be framed called a thief by everyone? Even I can't say my own name anymore.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it seems right to me. After all, everyone's just speaking the truth, are they not?
The defense demands the prosecution to abstain from claiming unproven statements. I firmly believe my client is innocent, of course. Well, about that. I might have actually done it. Oh.
Yes, Her Greatness did specify the defendant's guilt was non-negotiable. We are only here to determine whether the punishment he faced was reasonable. Now then, prosecution, please give your opening statements.
What? Alright, anyway, let's try for the Apple game. Options, input. We'll let other people enjoy that for themselves. Now that we've shown them how to do it. Kinda. Oracle of Seasons, let's go. And I don't think we need a game file, so how do we just like remove? I guess, yeah, there we go. Save. That's fine, maybe. Yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out. Maybe it does need a save file though. Hero of Lore. Is there like a different one? The other ones? We seem to just have a black screen going in here. That ain't good. Maybe it doesn't like the null input. Alright, let's make a save file for it. It won't take long. Yeah. Project 64 did not enjoy that, apparently. Okay. Capcom helped with Seasons? I didn't know that. Never played Seasons for ages. Alright, apparently my inputs aren't working for this one. Of course it wouldn't. Okay. Alright. Okay. Is it select I got press in maybe? No? Well, let me input any buttons. How do you do inputs in this game? Must have had like the A and B didn't get selected right. Alright, for some reason A didn't get input. Alright, there we go. Nope. Oh, I can type? Maybe, I don't know. Well, we got some inputs. Hello, 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 hello. Alright. That should have made a save file. Oh wait, no, it seems to be loading now. It just wanted to be left alone for a bit, I guess. Whatever. What works, works. Ingo's Casino. I assume that's it, because it looks like there's no more room for an extra full. Ooh. If I only had the N64 mouse working properly. I tried to get it to work, but it just... like, whenever I went to here, I had the N64 mouse plugged in. And I go to, like, devices and just... I don't know. Maybe I meant to do it like in the controller pack? No? Modifiers? I don't know. No, can't get it to work. Oh. We can change the music there. Alright. I assume we're playing Hold'em. So it'll be like Jacks. Would be the team goes. Ah, I lost. Yep. It's a reference to Luigi's Casino in the DS Mario games. Alright, I got full house. How do I bet more? I won! doing pretty well. Seems fairly easy to get full houses though when there's only like 4 different cards. Bit of the big rupee at the bottom, okay. Gotcha. We're all in, buddy. We'll definitely get a full house again. Ah, no. Ah, Freedom Can beats me. All in, always all in. Actually, we just try and get full. If we can. No, that'll do.
You can't possibly beat a full house.
Rich. Alright. Got rules. The cards are drawn, you pick how many to bet by clicking the rupee, and which cards to replace by clicking them. Indigo decides his bet, and the cards to replace. Winner gets all ×2. Okay. I see. And it looks like Tingo is the worst, and the best is Ruby, or is that the opposite way? Because... does it point to the lesser one or the greater one? I never remember. Tingle's the highest. I knew it was the opposite way. Tingle's the best, Ruby's the worst. Didn't make sense for the Ruby to be the worst, but it was also weird to have Tingle the best, so. Weirdest Romhack you ever did see. What is this? It's clearly a card Romhack. There's definitely no Ace Attorney at all. It is only for playing cards with Ingo in prison. Try and play some good music. Oh, there's some good ones. Is there a Gruda theme one? That's the running away from the castle theme. I guess we should probably keep going. It's always great when people come into the end of the stream. Have no idea what's going on. Alright. Anyway, we'll see as we're at the end of the stream. I might as well show people how to get the Romhack working themselves so they can play for themselves. Enough of beating Ingo. If you want to play this Romhack for yourself, I have to reset my thing. Give me a second. Transform, reset. Should be like a fit to... There we go. So if you want to play this for yourself, the first you want to do is go to the website. I'll put it in the chat for you. Make it easier. Thanks for streaming the button. No problem, no problem. You go to the website, newerteam.com/whole hero of law. And you have a patch ROM thing here. Now you may think this is scary because like, oh, what if I don't have the right ROM? Don't worry, unlike most ROMs, pretty much every single Ocarina of Time ROM is acceptable. And this allows you to play with pretty much every way you want to play it, including like the Wii Virtual Console and the Wii U Virtual Console, rather easily. So you just press the patch ROM, and then you select wherever your ROM is, whatever Ocarina ROM it is. I've got the 1.0 here. And you just go open, and it automatically patches it for you. It even works out what one you gave them, and then just download it there. And then you put it in your thing. The more important thing is which emulator you use. I'm using Project 64 EM, which is a custom fork that someone made a while back apparently. So you want to go to the OOTMM Project 64-EM, and then releases, tag, blah, blah, blah. I've got it in my YouTube stream. If you find my YouTube over at Kris, might be easier. And then you download this one, which gives you this executable, which you then select where your ROMs are, usual thing. You want to go to configuration, head to plugins, change the input to NRage. This allows you to use things like the what's it called? Transfer pack, which allows you to get those 2 extra games at the very end. One's a extra case, which I might do at some point in the future. Not today, my voice is kind of completely destroyed. And we're at the end of the stream anyway. And the other one, you get one for Oracle of Seasons, one for having a save file in Link's Awakening. So obviously my plan in the future is to play Link's Awakening and get a proper save file. Spot on for the link and information. I know, I've done this before. And it's almost as if I make tutorials for random ROM hacks for a living. Anyway, and once you have done that, you can then use your thing. You should be able to use the N64 mouse. I couldn't work it out how to do it with the emulator. I have to like look it up on my own after the stream, so I can make a more accurate tutorial on how to use the N64 mouse for that one specific scene. But at least I have a way of testing it now with the Ingo card game. I can test the N64 mouse input there, which you do use for 2 different points in the ROM hack. Neither of which you need to use the N64 mouse, but hey, there's support for N64 mouse, so you might as well try and use it. And that's about it, and you can just play the game. There are a lot of other emulators you can use, but they have varying levels of accuracy, such as Ares. I've never been able to get Ares to work properly. I've tried very many times, but it just always wants to not work for me. Every time I've tried Ares. Because Ares is meant to be like emulate every single possible console up to like PlayStation 1. So N64 and backwards. But it's always like way too difficult for me to try and work out. You can also use Simple 64, but apparently it doesn't have mouse support, which Project 64 EM's meant to have, but I can get to work. And you can also use Rosalie's Mupin GUI. I haven't got that one to work either. And then lesser compatibility with the rest. I usually use Parallel Launcher, but this Parallel Launcher doesn't have the transfer pack, mouse, or VRU support. You may be asking, what the hell is a VRU? Well, the VRU is a voice recognition module, and apparently it's been coded to work with proper hardware. If you yell objection at the correct moment, Link will yell objection. I don't know how it's meant to work, but you can have fun with that. Might be like the hold it as well. Anyway, that's about it from me. There's the README document is actually super good. There's a lot of like troubleshooting for how to do the save packs and all that. It also tells you about like what I told you before with the Project EN and everything else. Simple 64, Ares, and all the rest. Very useful README document and very well presented. Apparently there's garlic bread at the end. I never scrolled to the bottom. Anyway, that's it from me. I hope you guys have enjoyed. If you have, give it a like, give a subscribe over on the YouTube, and if you're over on Twitch, give it a follow. All these things help the channel grow and grow and grow. When the channel grows, the content gets better. It's a proven fact. I probably won't be on tomorrow. I don't know for sure if I am or not. As far as I'm aware, I'm not going to be on tomorrow. It's just how it is. And when I do come back, it'll either be System Shock 2 or I'll be playing Link's Awakening DX to make a save file for the thief component of this game, just for the fun of it. Anyway, that's all from me. Hope you guys had a good one. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. My voice is absolutely shot.